Check, check, check. There it is. Okay, cool. Should we just restart? For some reason, OBS came up with a message when I opened it, like, I didn't shut down properly. You want to open in safe mode? I'm like, no, can you just work normally? I shut this down normal. I clicked the X to close it, and I went through and I had to redo a few things. Apparently, my microphone just forgot that it was set, what it was set to completely. So I had to go into the settings while I'm live on 2 different platforms. It's great. Love when that happens. Anyway, that's like 3 minutes of talking that went down the drain, but I'm going to go ahead and do it again because it was good stuff. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm Brea Thorn. Looks like I'm going to be cutting out like the first 5 minutes of this whole thing anyway. But yeah, we're back after having skipped on Tuesday because I had to get that video out. Hopefully you guys all saw that video that got posted Tuesday. It's one that Cuddles and I have been working on for a long time. There's even travel in it where I was ranting in Las Vegas about a system integrator. I mean, it's good stuff. And boy, oh boy, do we have some updates about Apex. You know, I can't even be mad at it. It's good updates. They're making good changes. They had 8 months to do that already. What are you going to do? You know, I don't want everyone to lose their jobs over there, I guess. So, I mean, that can't be a bad thing. You know, I don't guess on that. I actually don't want people to lose their jobs. It's something that I harp on whenever like a company closes down because of poor, mismanagement and all that. I'd rather that not happen so people can keep their jobs and keep doing what they're doing. So let me say hi to everybody. I was 10 minutes late tonight too because of all that stuff where OBS just wasn't like, it was just, I was working on something I'll show y'all in a bit most of the day. And that's why I didn't just test all that stuff out earlier. Whatever. I'll give you a little preview on that later. But Steltech, what's up? I'm on YouTube chat, by the way. Steltech, thank you. I don't know that I was ever the best, but I do strive. And thank you for smashing like on the way in. That's something unique to the YouTube chat over there. Y'all can hit like. That's a power you have that Twitch, for some reason, doesn't let you do. What's up, Twitch? Why can't people like the stream? Sailor X, welcome. Sailor X, hi first for coming and saying. First thing that I see you saying is, I have also upgraded my budget to $16.50 for. I'm like, also, what is the other thing that you said? Because I didn't see anything else that you said. But okay. So excited to wait till you got publicly flamed to make change. They got publicly flamed to make changes. Yep, that's what it takes sometimes. That's why I do not hesitate to do it. Let's see. So we got CTC 209 coming in with a tier 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate that. And a highlighted message saying that you're here, which lets me know that you're here. There's a hype train happening on Twitch. Okay, YouTube, what's up with you guys? Why don't y'all have that as a thing? That could be fun for YouTube chat. But yeah, and haha, Frank 515 after C2C came in, Frank says first. Unfortunately not, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Just to let you know, when you come into a stream, just because you don't see other stuff, it's just because you weren't there. Sometimes it just doesn't populate that in your chat. I guess from your perspective, chronologically, you're first. Let's say it's the first thing that you said tonight, so it is accurate. Yo, what's up? Triple B coming in with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Got Desert Tops coming in and saying, hi. I'm just kidding. They immediately demanded information. Sure, it's a great motherboard if you have the money for it. It's also overpriced, but it is great. So sure, is it right for you? I don't know, Desert Tops. I don't know anything about you and the use case that you have for your PC. So objectively, it is an expensive but fully featured motherboard. So sure. Try a greeting next time because I'm a person. Hi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Like everybody else is doing, which is awesome. Thank you, everybody else. Thank you for the 100 biddies, Popeye. Appreciate you. Zach, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Eternal Nightmare TV says, hey, Bray. Hi. I'm planning on building a computer. Been using video device. Don't know nothing about computers, so thank you for all the info. Well, you can fill out that form that popped up right after you said that, and then I can help you with the parts list if you're ready for it. If you're not ready to do it like within the next week or month, then you're going to want to hold off on that so that, you know, we'll have the most up-to-date information whenever you are ready for it. But, you know, you're in the right place for it. Hey, Natal Official, what's going on? How are you? I'm doing good. Oh, yeah, you could leave. Oh, 68%. We're so close to it being nice. TJ, what's up? Hi, Braython, use Z790 Hero in my personal build. It's fantastic IMO. Again, it's to me, it comes down to whether it's appropriate for the person. But what's up, TJ? Welcome in. I have the same thing, Z790 Hero, but I'm also a full-time content creator. So to me, it makes sense. Not many people need 2 Thunderbolt 4 ports. You know what I mean? It's just not really a necessity for most people. Irkin Arcade says, been excited for this all day. My first time catching a stream. I'm glad I didn't miss it today. If that had been Tuesday, I would have felt really bad because it. Oh, hey, what happened? Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Eternal Nightmare. Thank you. Only Della says boop. Boop indeed. Boop backwards is pooed, just in case you guys didn't know that. But what's up, Della? It's been a minute. How's that PC running? It was 1500 in the Google form. Okay. You can still say hi, though. Sailor X. You can still say hello. I'll accept those. I like when people say hi to me. It feels less like a, hey, get to work. Get to work. You have work to do. What are you here being palling around for? I want info. Or something like that. You didn't demand info. You're providing info about your thing, but yeah. And also, there's no increment for 1650. It's 1500 to 2000. So what would happen is when your turn comes up, whenever that is, Sailor, I would be like, what is the actual maximum budget? Because $500 increments leaves a lot of wiggle room for that. So one thing I wanted to, before we get into this, so one thing we're going to do is we're going to go over some of the changes that Apex has made since the video came out. I feel bad for whoever their web dev is. They've been busy. Honestly, I feel bad for a lot of the employees there who I actually got, and this is not something that I will give too much detail on, but I did receive a missive in the form of electronic mail communication from someone who used to work there. And that you know, just liked building computers, and didn't though. I did see a comment from someone who's like, yeah, I used to work there, and they treat people horribly. Well, the person was, according to them, wrongfully terminated, and that sucks. But other than that, they enjoyed building PCs. Though they did admit that there were some people there who were just there for a job and didn't care about the builds, and then the build quality would reflect that. But regardless, yeah. But anyway, I want to go over something, and it's stuff like this. Merch. For a long time I've been neglecting it, even with people asking me, yo, is there merch? Any new merch? Where do I get the merch at? I've been neglecting that for a while. So today, a little bit yesterday, more so today, I've been working on revamping the merch and putting it in a new store. Because, I mean, first, I do really want to get some samples in to make sure that the quality is up to snuff. There's a lot of options on this website, but a lot of content creators, including some very big ones, use fourth wall. So I'm thinking about going that route. I haven't customized the page. And while it is live, I'm probably going to change that. I don't really want anybody buying from there yet, because I want to tweak the merch a little bit more. So I should probably do something about that. But I figure I'm going to show it to you guys here, get some of your thoughts as I'm sort of making these things, you know? So we hit level, thank you for getting us to level 2. I appreciate that. Hey, Spoon, it's doing real great now. I fixed the issues that I was having. Been real busy, so I have been a massive ghost lately. Oh, that's okay. It's okay. It's all good, Della. Rika Reed's got the right idea. In Twitch chat, if you put !form, you'll get a link to the form you can fill out to that will allow you to get some help here. at least get you on the list, because there are a lot of people who have not gotten help yet because they're not here or whatever, but then they sort of trickle back in. I was on YouTube when I said hi, but I switched to Twitch. My bad. Oh, okay. Oh, I see message retracted. That's it. I don't know what it said there. You didn't have to retract it. You could have left your greeting on there. So Bray, should I get this? Okay. I'll hold off on the questions, guys. I'm just getting to say hi to everybody and getting settled in. Hayden Allen official, don't get any other storage format other than M.2 unless you have to. If you're doing like a lot of video editing or something where you have a lot of large files, you can get a physical 3.5-inch hard drive, like a spinning disk hard drive, for large bulk storage at a lower price. But you don't have to do that. I mean, get yourself a 2 terabyte and go from there. Add more as you go. Seen something on Alexander PC stream didn't like today. They had in their channel points section a button that says GD. What does that mean? That changes how I feel about Alexander PC now. What do you mean GD? Go to the Discord? I don't get it. Oh. Hold on. I can understand being offended by that, but it's in the big picture, objectively speaking, that's pretty mild. And I've never met kinder people, like actually kinder people. They're genuinely good people. So if you want to judge them based on that, you can, but you will be wrong. I understand that, but it doesn't go against theirs, I guess. And it doesn't make them bad people. Okay? I've said it. I've said that before too. I'm not really a devout religious person. So if that's what you base your opinion on people, then you should apply it to everybody. But understand that it's never the whole story. People don't have to believe the same way you do, and these things work their way into our language, whether we like it or not. And it doesn't, it's I get that, but it doesn't mean they're bad people. Judge people by their actions, not their words. You didn't make a button on your channel, though, did you? Yeah, but I'll stand up for Alexander PCs. Like 100%. It memes aside, yeah. I mean, you could complain to them, and if they decide to take that down, they can. But again, they've done much more kindness and done a lot of good than either you and I can manage. So I would give them credit for that, and a little bit of leeway as well. I mean, it's nothing. It's not a racial slur, which I would not forgive personally. It's not a. It's nothing that's it's nothing ableist or like derogatory to an entire group of people. It's something that a lot of people just fold into their personal language, and so let me put it this way, okay? If a religious person were to say it, then I'd be like, okay, they're prescribing that significance to it, but I don't believe that Alexander PCs is putting that meaning to it. But I can't speak for them. TJ's here. TJ can speak for himself. Wait, hold on. But okay, you corrected yourself. I was like, what do you mean? But I won't be using them anymore because you put "but you." That's fine. Listen, if you think that there is a single company out there that has 100% people that don't use cuss words that you don't like, or maybe say things on stream that you might not like, you might not be buying a pre-built. If that's like you gotta, like, I would not give up on, if whatever took you to Alexander PCs, you know what? I'm not, you get whatever you want. It's not really up to me. But yeah, you know, yeah, yeah, TJ was amazing when I talked to him. Super helpful, great crew. Yeah, that's what I would put importance on personally. And also, like, you know, if you're looking for something with like a lifetime warranty, you're not really going to be able to find that anywhere else that I would recommend. So I personally wouldn't give that up for something like that. I don't put my own standards on other people. That's the thing. Unless it's something that's actually, you know, that is actually really hurtful. That if you're harming somebody else, I will apply my standards to you. But when it comes to certain things like that, it's a little bit more difficult for me to, like, I don't think I could really do that. I don't think I could say. But then again, that's me, and everybody's different. Okay, John Paul Bacon. I could use more Type C over Type A. You can always get stuff like this. Yeah, here we go. But that's for cases that don't have Type C front panel ports that use the header on the motherboard. But there are different add-in cards that you can get that can add Type C, but they're like USB 3.0 or 3.2 Gen 1 or whatever the heck. It's apparently a cut from Pulp Fiction. There you go. Easy Jake Oven. Make sure you talk to every TV network provider and movie studio while you're at it, TJ. What? Oh, I wasn't aware we had that soundbite. I just text Brad to remove it from the channel. There you go. Well, Popeye, you're not promoting it. And honestly, TJ is going out of his way. I probably wouldn't have if it was something like that where someone's saying, because honestly, there's also freedom of speech as well. But freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequence. And that means, like, I would rather exercise a level of free speech that is respective to the people around me. But if something that I'm comfortable saying makes someone else uncomfortable, where do you draw the line? Again, and also I said very early on, I was like, yeah, memes aside, which is what it probably is, they're good people. Sailor X, I imagine you probably have heard worse curse words in the Navy, and they're protecting our country. I don't think they're bad people for cursing like a sailor. Okay, so I'm behind on some of these. Okay, so for those who don't know, I mean, you can see the Twitch chat over here. It's flying. And then, of course, on YouTube chat, I don't put that on screen because of Twitch's weird requirement that I can't mix them. But, yeah, so those of you on YouTube chat, I'm going to keep up with both. I'm going to do my best. Keep up with both. Oh, thank you for the 100 biddies, Popeye. Yeah, honestly, Popeye, if something like that ever bothers you, you can simply just send an email. I would probably go that route, and look at that. They're like, okay. Mortaunt1210, welcome. Hello, how are you doing? Brian Jones says, my Apex order was delayed today. Can you cancel it? Like, trust me. Cancel that if you can. Like, just... I don't feel, and that's not me trying to, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm not going to try to encourage you to cancel an order or something, especially if you've been waiting the kind of wait times that Apex has been known for. But yeah, I mean, I will, if you ordered from Apex and it got delayed and you were able to cancel it, I will prioritize helping you find something else. That's all I'll say. Okay, like, I will move you up in the list. Sorry to everybody else, but I'm sure you get where I'm coming from. Let me show you the thing I was talking about before the conversation got derailed there, and then we'll get back to this. We'll get to the list, and we'll talk about Apex and then get to the list. Okay, so What I'm talking about is new merch, basically. So let's go over here real quick, and I'm gonna show you some of it. Music's a little loud in my ears, that's why I'm probably yelling. So these are just a few test items that I have. You know, we've got one of my favorite t-shirt designs that I've done, which is a distressed Let's Go Nerds design here. It's one of my favorites. I really like it, especially on like colors like this, which are colors I don't normally wear too much, like green and stuff, but they also have the purple one. And then this like pink one that looks sick, and then this sort of teal color. But yeah, so that's one right there. This cap is a new design that I threw together, which you can see the design a little better here. Like, look at that. I think that's sick, okay? Look at that. Also, it's a flex fit hat. And if you don't like those and you like snapbacks, I found a really cool looking one that I'm gonna add to the list. But these are just some of the first ones I made. Like, look at that. And then you got, on the back, it also has this. It's got a little RGB there and the Braithorn across the back, which I imagine is a little tough because it is elastic. Is it flex fit? I don't know. Deltec, yeah, I wouldn't put that quote on mine, so I don't think they would put that on theirs either. Unable to cancel since the very beginning. Charge back your credit card. Charge back the card. You don't understand. The stories that I've heard of them stringing people along are ridiculous. Someone waited 2 months for something that was a ready-to-ship PC, and the whole time they were like, yeah, we're waiting on the parts. How is it ready to ship then? But wait till you see the changes that they've made, okay? Like, it's hilarious. What's up, Brave? Finished with PC yesterday that you spec'd out for me. Yeah, put it in the Discord, in the Rigs channel. Also, though, check out this freaking rad holographic RGB sticker. Like, look at that. Well, I guess it's a Braithorn sticker. But this is the design off the side of the Falcon Northwest PC Plus that was on these shirts. I haven't put this one up yet. I haven't put this together. But you have to, like, go in and make each merch item. So I haven't done that yet. But, like, look at that. So sick. 3x3, 4x4 inch, or 5.5 inch by 5.5 inch. Truly large sticker there. Nearly half a foot. So yeah, absolutely sick. I really like it. $750, not bad. This I want for myself because when I'm like going to an event and I want to wear like a nice polo shirt, I want one that's got my name on it because my name can be hard to explain sometimes. Okay, like yeah, but yeah, nice polo shirts there. I don't know if I would get the white one. It's just, that's all 4 options that they had for polo shirts. But look at that. It's embroidered. It looks sick. I like it. But yeah, it's actually embroidered. I had to make a special version of RGB for anything that's embroidered. I had to make it down to like 4 colors. So this takes work. Like I do work on this stuff. And a little border around both RGB and the letters so that it shows up on dark. And of course, obviously looks good on light colors. But what do we think so far? And this is just also another large sticker that's in 5.5 inch. If you just want RGB by itself without my name, and you don't want it holographic, there it is. There it is. Also, my descriptions, I try to make them funny because I like that. Are the stickers able to stick on my car? Yeah, they're vinyl. They're vinyl stickers. They're not paper stickers. They are vinyl. Say, what was that? News from me? From me? What? Put that in the rig section this minute so I can be jealous. There you go. That would be cool if the polo was purple. They don't have purple polos. I looked at they only have 1 option for polos and there's only 4 colors. They're boring. But there is a really sick hoodie, a sick looking hoodie that comes in a purple color that I really like. The only thing is there's only 2 zip up hoodies, which is what I usually prefer. But and neither of them comes in purple. But so the one that is purple is a pullover, but it's a really cool style. So yeah, that's what I have up so far. The cap is like $30. I figured that was fair because I you know it's printed, it's embroidered on both front and back, and there are a bunch of there's a good amount of colors available for that. I actually am really partial to the gray, I think it looks sick. It shows off all the design. And I mean, I like this. I mean, I literally made this in Photoshop, and then it takes it and makes it into an embroidery design. Just really cool. I like that they do that. It's not a new concept. It's not a new thing, but you know, I put effort into it is what I'm saying. So I hope you guys like it. There's also a dark gray, which also looks pretty good, but RGB's face on the black one doesn't really come through that well, or the eyes, I should say. And I didn't want to put any kind of like border around that. I thought it might look a little weird. Loving the merch, man. Well, setting aside cash, some cash on payday now. Well, I'm basically going to launch this in Monday's video, along with. So Monday's video is going to see the launch of something else very cool that I think you guys are going to flip for. Okay, you're gonna go. Last time I did this, people went nuts. So I would say around a certain. Geez, how am I going to approach this without giving everything away tonight? Basically, if you're at a certain budget, I might tell you hold off a little bit. You might want to hold off a little bit. That's all I'll say. That's it. And we'll see when we get there. Crazy haired girl says, hi, I'm subscribed on YouTube. This is my first time catching a stream. Thank you for subscribing on YouTube and coming here. Welcome. Happy to have you. Notice all new changes on their website. Ordered mine December 23rd, but it wasn't a ready to ship PC. I guess you didn't watch my video from 8 months ago then, where I was like, yeah, these guys suck. Yeah, I mean, hey, that's how it is. Any keychains? They probably have that. I could probably add that. These things are like made to order when you order one, so that's not a problem. I remember I first made a dad hat because one person wanted it. And I was like, sure, I'll throw that up there. No problem. Just to let you guys know, on Twitch chat, there is an incoming ad break. I've already snoozed it too many times. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you actually get a free Twitch Prime sub that you can use once a month, as if you link your Amazon account to your Twitch account. And then you can not watch ads on this Twitch stream. If you do so, if you subscribed during the stream, or if you do that after I say this, be sure to reload the stream so that it registers that you don't watch ads anymore. Anyway, that's enough of this. We should check out Apex. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more stuff on the merch store. It's going to be a new link and all that. Link is not the one that shows up in there right now. That's for the old merch store, which that stuff is still there. But hang tight, and I'll have that ready to launch on Monday. So first things first. Okay, let me actually record this because I feel like it's going to be something I want to record. Okay, so first things first. We had our video on Tuesday, and it was, let's be honest, pretty harshly critical on Apex gaming PCs. We had some laughs. We had a little bit of ranting, or maybe a lot, including ranting through the streets of Vegas. However, they changed some things. In fact, there was a lot of changes the very next day, or maybe even overnight. So let's first talk about the things that I was criticizing. First off, vastly overpricing their PCs, and then having a permanent 25% discount, which is ridiculous. Okay. I said that's you don't do that. That's not how you do business. You just price your things how you think they should be, and then sometimes you can put them on sale. But it's misleading. It is misleading to consumers to bloat your prices and then always have them discounted, because people aren't always browsing sites like this like I am. They come one time, they're like, oh man, 25% off, I gotta buy it now. So that's one thing I criticized. Secondly, I spent a long time criticizing the fact that the first impression that you get when you go to their website, the first thing you see was a giant fake AI image that had a fake AI PC in it and no actual product that they could ever possibly sell. And then I went over that for like 3 minutes. It was hilarious. I hope that you watched that because it was funny and it was fun to do. I think it was fun. And then I should have turned off the music. Oh well. I will pause it. Then I talked about the fact that they had a refurbished section on their website, refurbished PCs, but what they were actually selling, in fact, that was a lie. That was a fallacy. Either they did not have an understanding of what refurbished meant, or they were scamming people by trying to get them to believe that they were getting something that was a refurbished PC, but selling something completely different. What they were doing was selling what was actually a brand new PC, except it had a used CPU, GPU, and motherboard. They said so directly on the website, and we covered that in the video that I published on Tuesday. And I was like, you guys need to figure out what refurbished means. And I was like, if not, you're supposed to be putting pictures up of every system. If it's, especially if it's not a customized system, you can't customize it. You get what you get, right? And maybe those had a little bit of customization, but still what they were publishing were just pictures of the case from the case manufacturer that just had PC parts in it. And yes, that Manic case brand is a sub-brand of or it's owned by Apex or their parent company. Doesn't matter, because it's still the case manufacturer having those pictures, and they just copy them from the website, put them up there. And of course, the prices were all just way too high regardless. So pretty much all of those things, well, let's just take a look. Immediately, you'll notice my face is covering it. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, what's that? What is that new series? We don't know nothing about that yet. But yeah, look at that right there. Actual computer, actual picture. Because of the fact that there were so many comments from people saying they had ordered PCs and received nothing, or it took 6 months to get it, or whatever, I started doubting the fact that they did not have any pictures they had taken on their website of PCs they had built. The first impression you got was a fake PC. And you only get what? How many chances to make a first impression? 1. They chose to do it with a lie, which is just a fake PC. Instead, here's a real setup. Apex, you did that so quick, I refuse to believe it was too difficult for you to do it before. But anyway, you'll also notice that right up here, now we can go back to full screen here, right up here, there is no longer a refurbished section. Nothing. Nothing labeled refurbished anywhere to be seen. That's it. We have custom gaming PCs, same-day shipping PCs, which we'll get into that section, partner PCs, reviews, and about. I'm not even... I guess I should be maybe a little bit interested in what reviews says about it. Partner PCs was a little disappointing to me, because there are some partners in there that none of them are tech content creators who would accurately assess Apex. They're gaming content creators. So they're able to just get a free PC from Apex and maybe, some money or whatever and be like, yeah, they're the best. Ha ha ha. That's how sponsorships work. In not just this industry, in many. But just looking through here, they didn't get rid of AI images altogether. Look, bam, there you go. What is that? It's fake. What's this? Oh, that's fake. That's fake. They still have it. But I mean, it's not the very first thing. Okay, cool. Apex, I just want to mention something. You can have an actual PC picture, remove the background, and make a cool AI generated background for it. Maybe try to do it well with a good prompt so that it's not horrifying like the last one was, but you can still show your product and have that vibe that you wanted with, AI fakery or whatever. That's fine. Dude, go for it. That's cool with me, but you have to have your actual product there. Showing off something that people can't buy, to me, is false advertising. So don't do it. Why would you do that? So let's take a look at the pricing now. So we're gonna go to same-day shipping PCs. So same-day shipping, before I thought it was ready to ship before, because it still says RTS. So I don't know why they changed the name from ready to ship systems or whatever to same-day shipping PCs, if they did change that. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But if you look here, there's no more, before on the front page, it said 25% off on all PCs, use code whatever the season is right now. And they had that all the time. That's gone. They got rid of that completely. It is no longer there. And now you don't constantly see sale prices on anything. It's just actual prices. There you go. Wasn't that hard, right? Now, a lot of the specs are still really horrible. This is terrible. This is really bad. Okay? And we're not going to ignore that. But good job, Apex, on, look, we're trying to get them up to the bare minimum here. And I do, but I want to offer constructive, I want to offer feedback, positive reinforcement. Okay? Good job. I just wish it hadn't taken 8 months to make these changes, because I gave y'all 8 months before I really laid into you in that last video. I went over a lot of this stuff, although the AI stuff wasn't a thing back then, but I went over a lot of this stuff 8 months ago, and y'all were like, instead, you had to put those paragraphs up there excusing yourselves on that refurbished part, saying why you wouldn't put pictures. Well, check this out, guys. These are ready to ship systems where you cannot customize them, right? And my mention on that was so why not have a picture, build one of these if you're going to build a bunch of them and have them ready to ship, take a picture of that one so people know what they're getting, instead of this, which is not matching what they're getting. And look here. Updated photo pending. I'm not going to pretend it's not a lot of work to do that. And honestly, Apex, you have a lot of customers waiting for their PCs. So I'm not saying to stop that altogether. You need to take care of those people. But this is good. That's what I wanted. If you guys turn around and do the stuff that I recommend, that's great. I like to see that. Should not have taken 8 months. That's on you. Any negative press you got from me, or any negative response, was 8 months in the making that you had to do. You had to fix this, and you chose not to, instead making cheeky excuses and revealing the fact that you're building brand new PCs with used core components and labeling them as refurbished. Thankfully, you're not doing that anymore. But how many people bought those under false pretense? What are you going to do for those people? See, I am not going to turn around. Okay, let me do this in full. I want to be clear about one thing to Apex Gaming PCs and to you guys in chat, which thanks for hanging out while I do potential YouTube content here. I want to be clear about something for Apex. Make all of the reactionary changes you want. If you need me to consult with you, I will consult with you on specs, prices, all kinds of stuff. No problem. I'll do it for free because it helps consumers. Okay? But none of that matters unless you visibly, with accountability and transparency, take care of every single customer complaint and trouble ticket and all of that. Refunds, stop blocking refunds when people cancel their orders when they want to, okay? Anyone who ordered a 48-hour shipping PC or ready-to-ship system that did not get it within a week or two is fully entitled to a refund. Every one of them. Unless you actually go through the route of owning up to what you've been doing for, from what I understand, a couple of years now, there is zero forgiveness from me. And I'm still going to be fixated on you guys, regardless of what you do now. And I will be highlighting every single comment that I get of you guys doing anything underhanded to a consumer. Anything. Unless you figure out a way to take accountability for the stuff you did wrong, for the people that you wronged, the customers you screwed over. I'm talking about some of these customers ordered PCs with expecting name brand parts and then getting, like one guy said he got a power supply I can't even pronounce. And he's like, no, I'm not misspelling this. This is the actual power supply brand I got. Brand. Okay? That needs a replacement. You need to replace that for them. You need to take that PC back and replace it fully for them. Give them what they paid for. What you, at the time, you were saying only name brand power supplies are used or parts are used. And then they got something that was an off brand that they'd never heard of before. That is false advertising. Even if you don't say it now anymore, they purchased under that pretense. Do you see what I'm getting at and the long road that you have in front of you? If you want to go down that road, then you totally should. And I will be your cheerleader. I'll be your biggest cheerleader in the world. Okay? I do not want Apex to disappear and shut down like Light did. That was a bad thing that happened to Light. A lot of people lost their jobs and a lot of people lost their warranties. Okay? I want your customers to keep their warranties. I don't even know what the warranty is there. I need to actually look at that. That could be a whole other can of worms. Warranty information. A 1-year labor warranty in which a customer will never be responsible for labor costs for standard hardware warranty repairs. Standard warranty repairs exclude all accidental damages. Exclude Windows-related issues and driver-related issues. I guess that's a software thing, not a hardware thing, but like, shouldn't you offer support for those kind of issues? Oh my God, go away. Shouldn't you offer support for those kind of issues? You're supporting the whole PC. You're not, whatever. Okay, so no tech support from you guys. No tech support from Apex, and they're not going to take care of you if you have any Windows issues or driver-related issues, even though they installed Windows and they installed drivers. No, that's it. That's not probably unique exactly to Apex, but it's not common. $30 RMA fee for customers who are experiencing issues that are not hardware related. So you're charging for RMAs. Just tell them you're charging for labor. Let them know that the warranty is not super great. After 1 year, a customer's labor warranty expires and customers will be charged an hourly rate of $45 an hour. How are you tracking that? How do they know how many hours you actually spent? You can charge whatever you want. Honestly, for my part, I don't know how other companies handle that. But yo. So what about parts warranty? Parts. Okay, warranties all computer parts for a period of 1 year from delivery. After the 1 year period expires, Apex Gaming PCs reserves a right, with the customer's permission, to charge the customer for the replacement part needed in the event of a hardware failure. All right. Not great. 1 year, 1 year. Okay, but that's also not too uncommon. What I'm thinking is they probably have a thing where you can extend your... Wait. What happened here? Y'all still have fake AI-generated PCs here? I didn't even notice this before. Okay, where's this one? Apex, how do I buy this one? I want it. I want it a lot. I want to have a football player that has the weird 3-fingered hand coming out of my computer monitor. I think the only way is for me to get this weird computer. How do I get it? I want to buy it right now. No? Not going to. These are ready to ship systems. You should have a bunch of these where you could just take it out of the box and take a freaking picture of it. And that's what you're planning, because it says here, I know I got off the warranty thing. I'm sorry. But updated photo pending. While you're doing that, why don't you put one of those right in this? You can even put it in this picture, even though this picture is really stupid. I don't care. Put it in here so it's something people can actually purchase. For Pete's sake, you do want to sell things to people, right? What's up, Ostematic? It almost feels weird to be criticizing one SI in front of another, but I kind of did it a lot at CES, so it doesn't really matter, does it? Cat's out of the bag on that one. Also, we're going to talk about specs, too, because that's actually not too bad, I guess. Hold on. 2 terabyte, 32 gigs. Oh, this is a little on the slow side. Plus 360 millimeter. I don't think this one was here. This was different before. Well, good on you for changing this, I guess. 2 terabytes at over $2,000. That's the benchmark for me. That's where the bar is at. If you're over $2,000 on a PC and it doesn't come with 2 terabyte storage, you need to reevaluate your specs. But I mean, you can't change any of this. So it's important that that's at an amount of storage that is actually usable. But anyway, I wanted to see this. We're going to add this to the cart. And I want to see if we can... Let me see. Standard checkout. Can we add warranty to this anywhere? No. Apparently, on ready-to-ship systems, you cannot add any warranty to that 1 year. You're done. That's it. 1 year, parts and labor, with a lot of caveats. Okay. Well, I mean, Alexander PCs and Viral here, as we've got the Ostematic from Viral there, lifetime warranty. It is baked into the price. You do pay more, but then again, you would be paying a few $100s to extend a warranty to 3-5 years or whatever anyway, and then it would end at some point, unlike with viral or Alexander PCs. So, it comes out to be about even on most, where like the amount that you pay for extended warranties is about the amount that's baked into the price of an Alexander PC for the lifetime warranty. So this is why I got sad before, was when I was looking through some of these, and particularly, I am a fan of, where's he at? Where's that little logo at? I was looking through these and I was like, oh no. Well, I don't know if you guys know Tagback TV, who that is, but I'm a fan of it. I like his content. And apparently he is sponsored by Apex, and probably has had to tell people now and then, hey, you should buy from Apex, which is something they should not do. Not in the current state that they are, not until they fix all. There we go, Tagback TV. Yeah, partner since 2021, 3 years. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. All of these people need to know, and I don't know, I'll see if I can reach out to them. Just, they need to know the shenanigans that they've been promoting. And that's where sponsorship really comes into question, right? Like, how much do you actually know about the companies that are sponsoring you? Like, I use one sponsor for a lot of my YouTube videos, and I've used their product. It worked great. When there was one that didn't work, I emailed them. They gave me a different code, and it worked. And there's been a lot of people in the community who have used their OEM Windows licenses with no problem. Usually when there is a problem, it's because someone installed like Windows 11 Pro and bought a key for Windows 11 Home because it was cheaper, and then it didn't work. And I'm like, you can't do that. It's in my ad spot, my pre-roll ad every time. Buy the right version key for the version Windows that you installed. But yeah, this is where a lot of stuff can get swept under the rug. Okay. Oh, weird. They're only posting positive reviews. That's so weird. I wonder why they would do that. These are probably curated, and I'm not, I don't mean to I'm not trying to. Wait a minute. Wait a second. It's probably an M.ATX motherboard that only has 2 slots for RAM or something, I guess. But I'm like, that's not how you set up RAM. But if I'm saying if there's four DIMMs, then you do stagger them to get dual channel. But maybe they weren't. Maybe it was a really, really cheap motherboard with only 2 DIMMs. When does pre-built rebuilt debut, Bray? I gotta have the initial PC first, and we have not finalized that yet. So they need to scrap the stupid restocking fee for canceling from issues on their end. Where is that at? That's interesting. Because restocking fees were a big problem with Lite, who, by the way, if I haven't mentioned it enough, shut down. So Apex, you take whatever you will. Overclocking, RMA, a video for peace of mind. They provide all customers with a video of their PC operating normally prior to the PC being returned when it is sent in for an RMA. Wait, so someone requests an RMA and you're like, haha, yeah, right. Look, we got a video of it working. Why not? And I know that maybe the builders wouldn't like this. Why not video of it being built? Add that on there. Why not? Make it something that the customer could look up so they can watch the process or live stream your builds. But not everyone's really able to do that. Shipping costs. Where's the cancellation fee thing? All shipping costs 14 days after delivery are the responsibility of the customer. The only situation in which a customer will not be liable for shipping costs is if the computer is determined to be DOA or is damaged in shipping. That's fair. Okay, pretty standard. In the event of a customer must pay for shipping, Apex Gaming PCs charges all customers the cost of round-trip shipping, as well as a $25 fee for packaging materials, and shipping insurance, as well as consumable items used in repairing the PC, as well as shipping the PC. This includes a new box, biodegradable packing peanuts, foam if needed, Instapack, and UPS Capital Insurance coverage. See, I don't ship a lot of PCs. I'm not a system integrator, so I can't speak to that, but it sure sounds kind of crappy. I mean, I can ship a PC. Like, I can pay for shipping. I can go to UPS and be like, how much does it cost to ship to this address? Okay, here you go. But besides that, there are a lot of SIs that after a certain period, yeah, you know, you might pay for shipping, but they'll pay one-way shipping. So you pay for shipping it to them, they pay for shipping it back. Need to hydrate. Been talking too much. And we need to get to the list. We will soon. Don't worry. There's a lot of SIs where they'll have you pay for shipping to them, and then they pay for shipping it back after the first 2 weeks or month where they would pay for shipping both ways. That sounds expensive right there. Bray, got my PC 2 days after you gave me the build. I was able to look at the last 4080 Super. Sick. Awesome. Click the red banner at the top main page. We made, oh, that red banner, I didn't even notice it. Okay, main page. Red banner at the top. You can pay to have your build live streamed one-on-one. Nah, live stream it to the public. Why would you make that one-on-one? What is oh yeah, you were asking about pre-built, rebuilt. Yeah. The price for a 4070 Super, though, should be a 4070 Ti Super at the least, if not a 4080. Yeah, I'm not saying they're good deals. They're, and like an improvement for them is a relative improvement to where they were before, not the industry at large. I honestly feel like they don't look at pricing from other system integrators. They must really be in that bubble where they just don't look at other pricing and realize how non-competitive they are, because their prices are ridiculous. Now they're slashing prices because there's a lot of attention on them now. I mean, look, you guys have to remember something, right? So this video, oh look, I went to go look at another tab and they're like, hey, now they're doing the 25% off. Oh my God, Apex, really? Y'all hid this? You hid this so hard. Oh my God, we busted you. Oh, look at that. I went to go to another tab to show you guys something, and they were hiding this away. You're still doing it. There is, like, how am I supposed to take you guys seriously at all after that? Really? Like, you have a chance here to freaking do better. I could have just completely written it off. You've written you guys off and be like, I'm done. But no, I'm like doing my job, okay? But look, there it goes. Still, 25% off. They just can't put down the bludgeon. They cannot, like, you just can't legitimately sell anything, can you? Oh man. Every time I try even just cautious optimism, right? Apex just delivers a punch in the gut. I was like, look, guys, they did it. They're actually changing things. Credit where credit is due. It's no longer due. Okay? Because this is one of the worst things that you guys do, and you just cannot. This all a facade. All the changes you're making, zero credit. None. I'm done. That's it. I'm done. We're done talking about them. Like, unless they do something else that's heinous. Like, why? Like, how could they think that they could slip that by unnoticed? Because of course I'm going to go to another tab at some point. Oh my God. Oh, that is so upsetting. I just want people to do good things. I want consumers to have a good experience. I want them to be able to see things they can actually buy, and I want them to get those things at a fair price and be supported afterwards. It's really not that difficult, Apex. It is not that difficult. Okay? It is a hard industry, but no harder than it is for anybody else, and they are succeeding. It's a tough time, especially now. but not worth this. Oh my God. Okay. Well, we're done with Apex. That's it. They better do something really significant in order to even have a chance of me paying any more attention to them. I'm just going to be looking out for them doing any other heinous stuff. Like, I'm not interested in the good things they're doing anymore. Later, Apex. That's not an act, guys. I'm actually genuinely upset that they tried to slip that by. And they probably don't even think it's that bad of a thing. They probably don't even think it's that bad. They're like, why is he so angry? That's how you sell a computer, right? Yeah. Papa, it can't be the first time you've heard of Apex. You got to watch the videos, too. You got to watch the YouTube videos. But also, I've been talking about them on stream, too. Their AI image actually has 4 sticks of RAM in it this time. Yeah. Miss my local PC part shop. They were DIY friendly and even built it for you for a small charge. I told people to go there. Okay, go over Dell. It was basically ran by college students working part-time, but it was no micro center. Yeah. $25 for packing material and insurance is cheap. I think that they meant that there was a separate charge for insurance. That would be down to the wording, but I believe it was $25 for packing materials, and then they would charge you for the insurance as well. So that would be cheap otherwise. Boss Bond, you got all the parts? Awesome. Now I need to go ahead and... Okay. Fragger Rocker 71 says, I had to switch over to Twitch stream. Hi, Braithorn. I finally managed to catch a live stream. Last time was back when you were looking at getting a new green screen. That was a long time ago. I literally could not have done this build without you. Thank you again. Oh, Timmy. Awesome. Oh, and TJ was having me put on the Jane hat, and I didn't see that. I was recording, yes, but I was also, it doesn't mean I can't respond to you guys. We don't miss a chance to put on the Jane hat. He also had it. He got it to her like sticking up in the episode, and I wish I could get mine to do that. Get him, Braithorn, people's voice. Got to shop with real pictures. It will bite you in the end if you're a company selling something that the end user isn't getting. Awesomematic? Yep, absolutely. You got to check out the video that I put up on Tuesday. I laid into Apex over the AI image thing, and it was, in my opinion, quite hilarious. Evan Arthur, do you rock with NZXT? Do I work with them, you mean? I'm thinking of buying the Player 2 Prime from NZXT. Evan, I have no idea whether that would be good for you or not. Please read the description of the stream over in the YouTube description. Thinking of, oh yeah, we already talked about that, yeah. Add public apology. Yes, and a public apology would be good from Apex, but I doubt they're going to do so. Did you see the comment they left on your recent video? No, Brian, I have not seen that. Oh, boy. Maybe I got to record again here. Where? What? Hold on. Ah, there it is. Okay. I need to get a screenshot of this and record a response to it. I wish I hadn't closed that window. Rome, I don't really have any way of having pictures in the file without it being really cluttered. So that would go, put it in the Rigs channel. That's the place to do it, in the Discord. Just need to update my BIOS. Oh yeah, don't forget to do that. Cable mod is doing the right thing, unlike NVIDIA trying to avoid a recall and just changing the plug to 12V 2x6 2x6 after the fact. Yep. Okay, so let me get a... It's a little hard because there are a lot of comments on that video, which is great. Like, I love that, but having to look through them all is a little difficult. Okay. Are there really 0 likes on that comment? I can't see dislikes, but yeah. Okay, I haven't read the full comment yet. I haven't read the comment at all. So this is bad timing. I wish I had read this before all those shenanigans on their website. Yeah, I think this needs to be in a video or something. So let me take this off. Sorry guys, one last thing before we get to the list. But this is important, I guess. Do I have? Yes, I do. Okay, on the screen here, I'm gonna turn off my my face cam because I'm gonna just put it in over afterwards. No, not that. There we go. Okay. And I just hit record right there. Okay. And on the stream. Okay, actually, let's go back here real quick just to do this. Okay, so apparently, Apex went and commented on the video, and I didn't even notice it. It was yesterday. I had not read it, and I guess it didn't go rise to the top because nobody liked it or replied to it at all. Not one person, apparently. Off to a bad start, I guess, but we're gonna go ahead. I haven't read it yet at all. Let's go ahead and take a read now. Let's give it a read through. So it says, Dear Brayathorn and the larger community, we want to first and foremost thank you for taking the time to provide us with this feedback. We wholeheartedly understand that Apex Gaming PCs has several areas it needs to improve now and in the future. I mean, I did go over a lot of that stuff 8 months ago, but okay. And I know you guys saw that video. You knew about that, but sure. All right. We're already working on making changes to products, pricing, and photographs on the website. Cool. Okay. We do, however, want to take the time to address 3 major areas of concerns. I cannot wait. On a few occasions, concerns have been raised that we sell used PC parts in new PC builds. We are unsure if these concerns are being raised due to the complicated nature of our refurbished. It's not refurbished. That is not what a refurbished computer is. That's a used computer. A refurbished computer is a used computer. You take it, you purchase it, you clean it, replace any parts that need replacing, and then you sell it at a bit of a profit. That's a refurbished PC. And I said that in the video. All right, whatever. Our refurbished. That's why they took down the refurbished section. Sure, okay. I didn't think they were going to argue against that. Which we have since removed from website entirely, as it says right there. Sure. Nevertheless, we want to ensure the community and our customers that all of the parts we sell in our PCs are always new. Wait. No, they're not. That's not what they said on their own site. Okay. We did unfortunately deal with a situation in early 2023 in which a number of Paladin GPUs sold to us as new and shipped through Newegg were determined to be used. We immediately informed all customers that may have been affected within 72 hours of the discovery and provided multiple options to replace those GPUs. So that sounds like, I don't know if they were sold, I don't know, sold to us as new and shipped through Newegg. That sounds like a pretty big deal because that stuff happens a lot with third-party sellers on Newegg. I would want to see records of this, basically. Anyways, we understand that the risk we took on a little-known GPU manufacturer in 2023 was a mistake, but as a growing company, we also understand the need to support new companies in the computer hardware industry. Rest assured, the mistake will not be repeated. So does it still say on the website that you guys use only reputable name brand parts? Or did you guys take that down when you knew you were going to be doing this? I need to go look. I have to go see that. Okay. We also understand that our order lead times have been terrible for most of 2022 and 2023. There is no excuse for this. That's true, because there, what shortages? I mean, 4090 shortages. That's it. And yeah, it can be hard to get certain GPUs, right? But then you put lead times on, you change the language. I should stop replying. I should just keep reading, okay? There's no excuse for this, and we are genuinely sorry. We are actively working to provide all customers with lead times less than 2 weeks prior to 3/31/2024. Okay, this initiative has been in place since April of 2023. Okay, we should talk about some of the comments that I've gotten past April of 2023, because the initiative, it's not working. As a growing business, it has always been a challenge to deal with scale, and we're adjusting with every month that goes by to adjust to our new order volume. How about you not take more orders than you can handle? You say sold out. You say, hey, this has extended lead times instead of ships in 48 hours pasted on every PC picture, which you only changed after I pointed it out. You need to be transparent. You need to communicate with your customers, okay? Not like, there are people who are like, I'm not hearing anything. I ordered something that was a ready to ship, and the only thing they'll tell me is they're waiting on the parts. That's not a ready to ship PC, is it? Did you mean the parts were maybe ready to ship to you? I don't get it. Okay, your new order volume, you know how you adjust? You either hire more people, right? Qualified people, by the way. Don't send out junk, okay? Or you reduce the number of orders that you will take, unless you're going to be telling people, yeah, before you give us money, before you pay for anything, there is a 6-week lead time on this model. There's a back order. Do you know why these terms exist? For businesses to use them, to be transparent with consumers. Not just, it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission kind of attitude. Okay? All right. Well, I can tell you're genuinely sorry, at least. We would also like to address the pricing concern as well as our sales. This year, we ran a holiday sale that was scheduled to last from November 7th through February 14th, which was 25%. However, in 2023, there were several periods where no sale was active, or a 5%, 10%, or 15% sale were active. We understand that this may cause confusion and does create a certain stigma, and as such, have addressed that concern by removing any and all sales and discount codes and adjusting prices accordingly. And there's the lie. Chat. We saw, didn't we? We definitely saw the truth there. 100% that this is a complete lie. And I've got the clip right here. Okay, that's where I would include that clip, as you guys can imagine. The absolute cheek to come into under the video where you're being and act like you're sorry. Say you're genuinely sorry, right? Okay? And while you're sneaking in 25% off is like, I worry about that kind of attitude. Like, whatever changes you're going to make, whatever changes you plan on making, I don't care, because you're showing your true colors. We see how it truly is. You had 8 months since my first video on you guys to make changes other than cheeky paragraphs about why you can't put pictures up, instead of just getting your phone and taking a picture, right? And blatantly saying that all the parts are new except for CPU, GPU, and motherboard, and then here telling us we want to ensure the community and our customers that all of the parts we sell in our PCs are always new. Which one of them is a lie? Which one? Okay, let's take a look here. Finally, to any and all of our customers who do not feel they were fairly treated, we will be reaching out via YouTube to gather more information and to assist you in any way possible to ensure that your experience ends up being satisfactory. Under no circumstances do we wish to leave any customer unhappy. Now, good. Do that. Okay? You need to do that. But how about the rest of the BS in this comment? Like saying that you removed any and all sales and discount codes and adjusted your prices when you are just trying to ninja those in there. It's like you're so afraid of someone clicking on another tab and actually comparing prices where you guys do not compete at all, that you will just say, oh, 25%, please don't leave. We want to take advantage of you too. And if you actually voice any concerns, then we'll take care of you. What about all the people that don't see my content? That's not enough. Going through YouTube is not enough. You have records of your customer service issues, of complaints. You need to publicly, with transparency, take care of every one of them. Not wait for the squeaky wheel to squeak so it can get a little grease, okay? That is the most passive way to do this. And I want the people in the YouTube comments who watch my videos to be taken care of, but no more than any of the other people who have been taken advantage of by you, including people who were expecting reputable name brand parts and got something like a generic power supply. There's plenty of great, just fine generic power supplies out there, but you said name brand parts. You have to, if you're going to say what you want to say, but back it up. Anyway, we're happy to respond to any questions you have or to any customers who feel as though they have not treated satisfactorily. Well, I'll tell you. This is like the fact that live in front of everybody, your true colors were shown is enough satisfaction for me. How about that? Now you just take care of the people. Like, don't concern yourself with making me happy. You won't. It takes time to build trust with me as a system integrator. It takes time. You guys have spent months going the opposite direction. So much so, I don't know what could put you in my good graces, but I doubt you'll ever get there. Don't worry about me. Worry about your customers and make it public and transparent. Not waiting for them to go on YouTube. You have records, right? Of emails that come in, requests when someone calls in, you make a trouble ticket, right? You make a customer complaint ticket. You have to have some kind of way. God, I don't even know. I don't even know if I can trust that now. There must be something there where you can be proactive. All right? That's it. I'm done. Anyway. Yay, we had fun, didn't we? Was that fun, everybody? I hope it was fun. Why is it like this? Why are they like this? Yes, I am going to respond to the comment, by the way. Don't worry, just not now. We have we have better things to do. All right, they can just take a hike. Anyway, let's get back to this. Get down to business. Let's do what we came here to do because it is, oh my God, it's been forever. I've been taking way too long with this. Let's help some people out. Who's here that's on the list? Highlight your chat or put @BrayAthorn if you're in the YouTube chat. Let's help somebody with a PC. I'm very sorry about that. This has been largely on my mind since for a long time now. And having published a video, I really wanted to see what they were going to say. And now I know. Easy Jake Oven is here. Cool, that's one. They're limiting how many PCs they can sell a day on their website too, at least when I looked on my phone earlier. Well, good. Sailor X has it. Canned corporate response, 100%. Jeff T, think about getting your first gaming PC to use for sim racing, don't know where to start. It's the form in the description. Go to the YouTube description. There's a link there. Click it, fill out that form. That's where you start. And that'll get you on the list to get some help. For the cost they charge, then Apex needs to have systems of equal components and quality as Falcon Northwest systems. Yeah, 100%. Also, they need to then design their own cases that are proprietary to them, that have great airflow and actually do have, really good build quality, all of that. Instead, they go with Manic. That makes... I don't know what their cases are like, and I can't speak to that, but yeah. CTC, I have to go to work now. You can remove my name off the list. CTC, I don't remove any names off the list. You're on the list, you're on the list. I wish I'd seen that, but... Yo, Blossom, what's up? Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. We have an OG in the house, everybody. In Twitch, I mean. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Dylan Rags. Yo, look at that. Why am I not hearing these? Yeah, I should be hearing it. That's crazy, but okay. I'm not hearing my alerts. Thank you, Dylan Rags 1414 for the 5 gifted subs over in Twitch chat. I'm going to do the thing the way I'm supposed to do it. There we go. Dylan Rags 1414. Thank you for 5 gifted subs on Twitch. That's a tier 1 sub for Smell Hallucination 42, Oxshot, Rain, Strayic 76, Sergeant Nobody 17. Let's go, nerds. Thank you very much. As long as you guys hear them, sure. It's supposed to alert me too. But hi, Blossom, how you doing? Guys, go drop. You know what? Here, let's do one of these. No, did not mean to do that. That happens sometimes. Guys, go check out, drop a follow for Blossom, WTF Blossom there. Awesome streamer, lots of fun. Playing Summer House. Never heard of that. Don't know what that is. There will always be scammers, but there will always be good ones too. I'm thankful Bray shows the little lines. Yeah, I mean, it can make a big difference in the overall ownership experience. But yeah, thanks again, Dylan Rags. That's much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so we have... So we have Easy Jake Oven. Let me see what order you're in here on the list. Let's go over here to look at that. Let me get my thing back up here. There we go. All right. Let's see where on the list you are. Easy Jake Oven, you are there. Okay, I should have made this a green one. Hold on a second. I think we helped him out. Yeah. Okay, Easy Jake Oven is at $2,000 for an upgrade. Okay, an upgrade. All right, Jake, I'll tell you right now, you're going to need a list of all the components that you currently have and like the reason you're upgrading so I know what to do. Although it says here 1080p, so when it says upgrade, when you put upgrade for yours, it means you already have a PC and you're just wanting help to determine what to upgrade, what parts to get, okay? If that's the case, then let me know. If not, if you're really just wanting a pre-built or a parts list, we can change that. So that's you right here, okay? So next would be Evan Arthur. Well, not next, but let's see what order. Evan, Arthur, and Erkin Arcade are in. So let me just highlight this as one that said they were here. Okay, and then Evan Arthur. They just joined the list, so he wouldn't be first. And then Erkin. Okay, so you're down. So basically 2 people who just joined. So it's going to be Evan first. So not Evan, Jake first. It's going to be Jake first. And that's how it works, guys. If I miss out on helping you and you come into a later stream, if the only people that are waiting are after you, because you stay in the order that you joined, then you would be helped first. Oh, did you put all your parts in? Because there's not really a place for that here. Yeah, it's not in there. I'm just saying that you'll need it. That you will need that information, and you'll need to publish that here. Like put it in chat. But yeah, so you're upgrading. Is that what you're doing? Doing good. Also can vouch for Brave's help with PC builds. He's helped me pick my past 2 pre-builds, so y'all are in great hands. Always happy to help. How's the new one working for you, by the way? It gets, I mean, you're a growing streamer. Your needs are growing there. I hope everything's working really well. Unfortunately, I don't get through a lot of... I need to figure out a way to like to schedule in more streams or something, or do these faster, because I don't get... like the whole Apex thing that took up like an hour, that was a mistake. And I'm sorry, guys. I could have done that on my own, but like I want... when you go see that content, if you watch it, you'll know it was a real visceral reactions. This is not me putting on a facade to get clicks. It's just... I genuinely get upset with stuff like that. I'm going to mark these 2 as... people who are here and waiting. So I can go back in and... oops, wrong color. So I can go back in and check it again. Check that y'all are still here once we're done with the others. So, bam, there we go. Jake. And Jake, I am still waiting I'm still waiting for confirmation that this is an upgrade and it's not a new PC, right? Because $2,000 and the fact that you're trying to run 1080p, that's you don't need to upgrade to run more 1080p. New PC is great. Games are smoother, stream is clearer, and processing videos and short clips in my video editor are faster too. Upgrade was definitely needed. That's so gratifying to hear from a fellow content creator because I obsess over that. Like, if it's going to be for content creation, it needs to be good for content creation. And I'm glad to hear that. Brian, I'm telling you, if you can't cancel it the normal way, you need to you need to do a chargeback on your credit card if that's how you paid. It is understandable, amigo, for me ever since the PC parts price spike around the crypto boom kind of just made things hella expensive, either PC parts or pre-build ones. Okay, well, if you're still going to be playing on 1080p, I don't think you... well, let's see what the parts are. It may be better to, if it, like, depending on what those parts are, it may be better to just get a new pre-built or something, unless you're trying to get into upgrading stuff yourself, which I can totally get behind, and I'm making a whole series just for that. So, like, you know, I can get behind that. All right, like, I ain't just messing around when I say that. Dylan, I just saw your response there. No way, man. Thank you. You helped me make a good decision on my PC, and we'll be getting my wife one here soon. Heck yeah! You let me know. I'll get you on the list. Let me see what we got you. Let me see if it's still here. Was it under a different name? Unless it was a long time ago. Yeah, Dylan. It didn't find you. Yeah, 00. Yeah, if it was like way before December, then yeah, it wouldn't be on this list probably. Unless it was under a different name on here, please let me know. Okay, 3700X, 120 millimeter. Oh, okay. Was this a pre-built or one that you built yourself? 32 gigs, 8x4, which, yeah, 4x8, yeah, you can do that, and that's fine. Not ideal for 3000 series Ryzen. 3600 mega transfers per second would be better, but yeah. I didn't do the build. It was just off your YouTube vids. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. Neat. Well, if you want to get the one-on-one treatment, if you want to get that for when you get the next PC, come into the stream, fill out that form that you see popping up, Stream Elements talking about, and I can actually help one-on-one for that. Okay, so it's pre-built. All right. Can you say what system integrator was it? Because if you come back and say it's like a Dell or something, then that's a problem. iBuyPower. Cool. All off-the-shelf components, no problem. Now, a $2,000 upgrade, that's going to push you into like 1440p gaming easily, just to let you know. But what I'm going to say is a 58... now, okay. I'm going to look at your use case here, because that's why we have this. It's just gaming. Easy. Easy upgrade. Oh, man. Oh, dude, I'm so sorry. This is why... I mean, you're not supposed to do this. This is not what you're supposed to do. So that's why I didn't notice it. under what color you want your PC to choose, you put the entire parts list in here, which completely messes up the chart, by the way. You're not supposed to do this. And as a matter of fact, you can't do this anymore. So I don't actually feel bad that I didn't see it, because it's not in a section that I would normally expect someone to put notes. I had no reason to look there. But yeah, so we have all that. Sorry about that, but yeah. You might want more storage, that's one thing. I don't know if you've already done that. Oh, you have a 3 terabyte drive. Well, let's look up this motherboard. Yeah, that's the thing, is you're not supposed to put it in this is not designed for long amounts of text. This form is not designed for that. It's supposed to go into a spreadsheet. You're supposed to tell me here in chat when your turn comes up. So if you force the issue, it's going to put you, you're not going to find a good place. You'll just put it wherever you can, right? So let's look at this motherboard real quick, because this is critical to upgrades. You need to see what the motherboard can accommodate. All right. It's actually not bad when it comes to the amount of USB ports you have, especially for just a gaming PC, because when it's just a gaming PC, you have nothing to worry about. It's able, you only have to plug in mouse, keyboard, headset, maybe a microphone, something like that, you know? Not like if you're trying to stream or something. But looking at this, 1 gig LAN, probably sufficient for what you're doing. Okay, all right, yeah. Well, that's not the main thing we're looking at, though. We're going to look at how many M.2 sockets you've got. Let's actually go to the spec sheet for this. Tech specs. So, storage. Wait, did I just go right by it? Probably. I did. Supports 2 M.2. So, I would recommend, because you only have a 500 gig M.2 drive, I would recommend getting like a 2 terabyte and then moving your game library into that. It's going to load, things will load a lot faster, okay, compared to that 3 terabyte spinning disk hard drive, okay, hard disk drive. Yeah, that's definitely going to be a solid upgrade for you. But let's look at the rest of the stuff too. A 5700 XT, that was a good GPU. But if you, and I mean, that's 1440p gaming too, not just 1080p, but there's definitely been a lot of advances in gaming and GPUs. So we'll probably want to switch that up, but you should probably stay on an AMD Radeon graphics card unless you want to go in and have to actually delete your drivers completely and all of that, which is possible. There's a utility for that, but yeah. And for the CPU, 5800X3D. Done. Easy. You're going to have to update your BIOS, but yes, that's what you want. 600 watt 80 plus gold. You're going to need to upgrade your power supply if you're going to be putting in a more modern GPU. $2,000 is a substantial amount for an upgrade. And you're also close to a micro center. What the heck? Stop it. I hate when it does that. Okay. You're also close to a micro center in Columbus, Ohio, so you can get all your parts there. That's what we're going to do. So let's get started. Yo, Star Fox, what's going on? Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Excuse me. Star Fox 333, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. That's a tier 1 sub for Gino 989, Jim C4, I'm not saying those numbers, Day On, Rika Reed, and Dragon Slayer 169. Let's go, nerds. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, the cooler wasn't included. That's a good point. Is it just like a fan? It's like a downdraft, like fan cooler in there. The 3700X didn't come with one, I don't think. So, but yeah, thank you very much, Star Fox, and welcome in. Glad to have you here. Hopefully, I'll have time to have you go through on stream. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, my monitor is only 1440p. I don't know why I said 4K, but it'd be cool to have the option to upgrade in the future. That depends on the budget, of course. 4K, you know, if you want really solid 4K gaming, it can get pretty expensive. Guys, also, I always recommend familiarizing yourself with adjusting your PC's graphics settings. They're in individual games. Especially, unless you're rocking like top-of-the-line CPU and 4090, you don't just run everything on high or ultra. You might want to go in there and tweak things here and there, depending on the way you're running it. I mean, if you're doing 14, that's in 4K. You're doing 1440p, you could usually just go, like, depending on... I shouldn't just make blanket statements like that. What am I thinking? Anyways, get used to adjusting settings from one game to another, because optimization is not a given, basically. There's 3 fans, 1 big one and 2 smaller ones. Wait, hold on. I thought they did say the cooler was a 120 millimeter AIO. Also, Brace, sorry for the mix-up, but in the form I submitted, I meant to submit it as an upgrade help request, not a brand new build. That's okay. When it comes up, you would have to just tell me that. Yeah, 120 millimeter liquid cooling. Yeah, 120 millimeter AIO. So, yeah, there you go. Now, I don't know what case it's in, and that can affect cooler compatibility. But if you have like the thing where you ordered it and you have like a link to that, I could just look at that. But I mean, if it's an iBuyPower one, we could also just go look at iBuyPower, and you can tell me if it's similar to one of these. All right, and like I'll just use their Ready Systems as an example. Oh no, you know what? Let's go to a configurator, because most of their cases are in there. Well, not all of them. Okay, I was like, when are we gonna see stuff? Okay, I don't know. Let's just go through, and you can tell me if any of these look familiar to you. Is it like a fully glass front panel? Element Pro ARGB. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, this is the bad case. This is the bad one. So yeah. Does it look like this? Come on. Just show me one picture that takes up the whole freaking screen, okay? Here. Does it look like that? Because this is one of the worst cases they ever made. Blondie but Geeky, welcome. Happy to see you. What's going on? Lucky me, I waited to buy my new PC. Ryzen 5 8600 is just $30 more than 7600. Ignis, Pluvius, don't do that. Don't go that route. Don't do that. Why would you do that? If you're going to have a dedicated GPU, you don't get one with an iGPU. Okay, so this is the case. This is not good. You don't want to put higher performing parts in this case. It does not have good airflow. This thing, they're not selling it anymore, unless they're selling it on B&H, which no longer available. See that? No longer available. This thing does not have good airflow. You have intake at the top. That's it. It's like a slot kind of thing. That's it. What's up, Blondie? How are you? Yeah. So you don't want to use a CPU Ignis that has an integrated GPU, because to put this simply, the CPU has to communicate with the rest of the system, right? Particularly with the memory, and some of that gets separated from the processor, the actual CPU, to dedicate some communication to from the iGPU to the memory, because it has to use the computer's memory for graphics processing rather than having VRAM like a dedicated graphics card. If the 7600 is cheaper, and it's probably going to perform better. I would have to actually look at that, but I'm fairly certain it's going to perform better. than the 8600 because it's going to have just quicker communication to the RAM just for processing, right? And your graphics card is going to be doing all the graphics processing, okay? That's just how AMD handles that. With Intel, when you have the iGPU, it's not for gaming. With the 8000 series processors that Ryzen processors that AMD put out, they want those to be able to be in sort of a, you know, it's an APU. It's supposed to be able to do your, you know, some gaming on there. But if you're going to have a dedicated graphics card, you just don't need that. And also, if it's just a gaming PC, you know, you'd be, well, I mean, it depends on the budget, of course. But yeah, you could go with the 7000 series one. The 8700G did suffer in the hub review, hardware unboxed review with gaming GPUs. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If it's like for an office PC or something, maybe with a little gaming on the side, then yeah, sure, why not? But don't put a dedicated graphics card in there. It's not gonna, that's not what those are really for. Great, thanks. How are you? I spent like an hour ranting about Apex gaming PCs earlier, but other than that, I'm great. So here's the thing, Jake, how much work are you willing to put into this upgrade? That is the question. If you're willing to put a lot of work into this, I'm going to suggest a case migration. That's going to mean basically taking everything out of this case and moving it into a new case. The airflow on this one is just not up to snuff for putting harder running components in there. Apex rants. Dang, sorry I missed that. Well, if you want, you can watch Tuesday's video because it is 100% that. In fact, I actually spent some of my time, there's a segment of the video where I am ranting about Apex through the streets of Las Vegas. I took time out of CES to do this, and it was so worth it. I ran out of breath, though, at a certain point. You can really tell. And my voice was dying because this was the last night in Vegas. But still, it was great. Not as much work as it sounds like, lol. Not as much. Oh, yeah. How about a whole new build at 2500? Okay. And, you know, you can pass this one along. It's still going to be a capable gaming PC for someone like as games get harder to run. Yeah, older hardware, it's not as up to snuff for compared to newer stuff. So someone who's just getting into this kind of thing, you can settle on Facebook Marketplace for a fair price, all right? That kind of stuff. And then grab something new for yourself. So yes. Now, if it's worked for you for this amount of time, look at the improvement that iBuyPower has made on... wait, did I totally give up on that? Where was it? Here we go. Look at the improvement they've made on their cases since then. I mean, look at that. Look at how much airflow you've got there. That's all mesh right there in the center. And there's much more room for putting in upgraded coolers, things like that. Yeah. So, big improvements over there. Let's look back at your list here, and we can change it now. So I'm going to do this. Oh, Micro Center. We could do a build at Micro Center too, if you want to do that instead. But let me change your amount here. And you want pre-built? Then we'll do pre-built. I mean, $2,500, that'll get you 1440p gaming easily. So, yeah. Also, what color do you want it to be? Black or white? Ignis, you can turn off RGB in your settings. It's not that big of a deal. Cherokee Vapors, what's up? Don't worry, I was late too. Get one without, and you'll have a lot more. Oh, that's right. We're talking about the CPUs. Milesman69 giving out some good advice. For the love of God, don't ask him about Apex or mess with his columns, bro. I am. I ain't gonna lie. That's who I am. It's okay. Hey, bro, I was curious. What do you think of brown key switches? I prefer tactile over anything else. Fun fact. If there are any keyboard nerds in chat right now, then you know what these are. Very likely, anyway. Oh, also, I also didn't know how many I was gonna want, so I doubled it up. The man, the myth, the glosses. The only downside is they pretty much completely block RGB. I didn't realize that. Tactile, non-clicky, yes. Okay. We have our answer, and we're going with a black build here. So, question for you, Easy Jake Oven. Do you want to get your PC built by Micro Center in Columbus, Ohio? Because we're ready to do that. And since you wanted to upgrade yours, I'm going to build your PC with future upgrades in mind. So we're going to stick with the AMD platform, but it's going to be 7000 series AMD. I know I have one of those switches that I was testing out that I took out, and I don't know where I put it. I don't care who builds it, as long as it isn't me. Okay, sure. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this. But basically, this is manufactured by Cherry, but it is not the Cherry MX Brown, because Glars is like, he famously hates those. It's nice, and that bump is spot on. Love it. Okay. So, what we're going to look for here, okay, Jake, we're going to look for a bundle, all right? Because their bundles are goated at Micro Center. All right, let's duplicate this. Go here, search for. It's just a gaming PC, so you're going to get pretty much the top line gaming PC on the market, 7800 X3D. Now, to be clear, okay. Interesting. It wanted me to solve a puzzle. Anyway, so we're going to search for the 7800X3D. What the hell? Why is it showing me graphics cards? Am I crazy? Am I typing this wrong? It's showing me the 7800XT. No. 7800X3D. Am I going out of my mind here? Products, PC parts, all processors. I should put AMD processors. Okay. So, like, can I look up the specific one? AM5. Okay. If there's actually if they just don't have any, then I get that. But like, why would they not have any? It's right here, 25 plus in stock. What is wrong with their search bar? Like, look, we see it's right here. It's there. It's on. Okay, 7800X3D. Dude, they're like amazing store. Absolutely amazing store. Worst website. Just the worst. Here, how about if I put all of this in here, okay? Oh, hey, look, they realized that's a CPU. Okay, good. Good for you, buddy. Now, are there any bundles? There we go. Yes, there is. But only for the 5800X3D. So they don't have one right now for the 7800X3D. Whatever. That was way more painful than it needed to be. Okay. Select. Neat. I guess if there were bundles previously, the deals might be over by now, I guess. Okay. Gigabyte B650. B650, B650E. I think the Gaming X is one that I've recommended before. It's a nice motherboard. I think I'll just recommend that one right there for $200. It's got everything you need for a PC that's just for gaming. And you want the PC to be black, so that's a good colorway for that. All right. Okay, RAM, 32 gigs should be all you need of DDR5, 6,000 to 6,400. You want to be in that range. All right, so let's go to memory speed. Let's choose 6,000 and 6,400. Okay. All right, G-Skill Flare X5 is fine. Unless you specifically want RGB RAM, I'll just recommend this one. If you want RGB RAM, there's a lot of options. Just let me know. I know. Blondie Wiggy, I know. Just stop laughing at me. Oh, you're laughing at that. Did you just cuss us out in Morse code? When did that happen? Could care less for RGB. Well, you don't need to be dismissive about it. It's just a question. God. I'm going to give you so much RGB in this build, but don't tell him anybody. Don't tell him. All right. And let's see. So far we're at 682. Now, one thing I want to point out is that you're going to have a build fee on this, and it's higher than most system integrators have. It's a $150 build fee, and if you end up getting a liquid cooler, they add $100 to that. And I'm just talking about an AIO. It takes a few more screws to install it. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Just Soap. I do need to hydrate. Thank you. Excuse me. Hydrate ASMR. Okay. Now, what GPU can we fit into this budget? Let me ask you this then. Since we're talking about what you care about, right? You don't care about RGB. Do you care about ray tracing in your games? RGB equals, yeah, random graphics boost. That's what that stands for. Plus 100 equals 150% FPS, for sure. I tried to find an internal PC speaker on Micro Center to link the other day, and it would only show PC speakers. Really? That's just like a classic part, though. You mean it's a little one? The little one that just has the two leads and it just plugs in. It's like beep. You don't care about... Okay, so we can go with an AMD GPU, or you can go with a 4070 Ti Super, probably with this budget, or a 4070 Super. Yeah. White builds for the win, says Crash. Yeah, I know. It's not your build, so I'm not going to change it, but yeah, I agree. One main reason I enjoy white builds is because they film better. They show up better on camera. A lot easier to get good shots of those. Okay. Let's narrow this down. So if you don't care about ray tracing, you can... It used to be like, hey, go... Actually, let's check on the price of a 7900 XT, because the prices on those have been really competitive. We could potentially get you a really good deal on one. Oh. Okay. Are we sure about this? Results are above and it's clickable. And are we sure? Are we sure about that? Alrighty. Just the best website ever. I love it. Okay, there we go. And we'll go price, highest price. Okay. Okay, that is pretty sick from Azrock. That is pretty sick. But that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for... I want to see what the pricing on the 7900 XT is. Okay. They have one 7900 XT and it's down to $749. Original MSRP on the 7900 XT was $900. Wait. Okay. I forgot about Micro Center. Okay. Like up here, it's selected to show 55 in stock at the Columbus store, right? Yeah. This pops up, 0 in stock. Very cool, Micro Center. Well done. Nicely done. Okay. So you can get yourself a 7900 XTX for $949. But at that point, you're getting to 4080 Super pricing almost. It's pretty up there. So I'm going to say that we should probably look at NVIDIA and see their offerings real quick. Okay, so I'm just gonna do that. All right, and it just keeps changing it to most popular. We don't know that that's actually the case. It's probably what the supplier is trying to push more. But whatever. Highest price. We'll go by that. But yeah, Crash. Tactile. Silent tactile is usually my go-to. What the hell is with the site today? Come on. I can't sort it. I just can't sort it. It won't let me do that. It wants to show me most popular, or it's not going to show me anything at all. Excellent. Well done. Okay, so 4070 Ti Super 850. I believe that the 7900 XTX, I mean, it beats the 4070 Ti Super, but it is more. We're going to have more money for the rest of the build if we go the 4070 Super, 4070 Ti Super, and you said you wanted to game in 1080p, then we're not worried about it. So let's just look up that specific, not GPU series. Let's go with, where is it? Like, I can't click anything to narrow this down. I just can't do it. It just shows me nothing. Where's the chipset at? I should have the platform. Memory type, memory bus. Okay. Well, it's not here, I guess, or I'm overlooking it completely. So, how about we do this? Is it going to show nothing? Oh, it showed something. Nice. Look at that. 625 for a 4070 Super. God, those cards, they are a good deal. They are a good deal. You know, with the performance numbers. Oh yeah. So that's a good option right there. 4070 Ti Super is going to be a couple $100 more. 4080 Super is 1100 there. That's 800 for this one here. I think I would go with the 4070 Ti Super. Let's choose that for now. We'll come back to it if you want to change your mind on that. That's okay. Not that you made the determination or anything. I'm just saying we can still change our minds. It's nothing's final or anything. Okay, so we just need to move on. There we go. 4070 Ti Super. And yeah, it's not that much more of a performer than the 4070 Ti, but it's at the same price. So like whatever, right? A little bit extra performance for the same MSRP. So sure. M.2, 2 terabyte performance plus. There we go. 139. All right. Man, speaking of plus, I really need to find my Stream Deck Plus. The thing is so nice to have because of the knobs. I have faders, but the Rodecaster Pro 2 does not really give you virtual audio devices and stuff, so kind of sucks in that regard. Okay, so we have 2 terabytes of storage. Fine for a gaming PC. You can always add more later. The case, we got to figure out the case. Is there a PC case you've had in mind at all, or do you basically want my recommendation? I'm going to try to keep this actually to around $2,000 because you have a $250 build fee to worry about. And then you can then add on some warranty too, to where if there's a problem, you strap the thing into your car, drive it over there, have them upgrade it for you, repair it for you, and then you're good. You bring it back home. You don't have to ship it anywhere, and that's nice. Now, also another thing is if you don't really care too much for RGB, you could go with something like the Fractal North, which is a super sick looking case in black and walnut. I think it's awesome. It has the wood paneling on there, but also just a case that just doesn't have RGB fans. Like the NZXT H6 does not come with RGB fans. It comes with just regular fans, and then you just provide the rest of the fans for it. Your recommendation, please. Okay, sure. I ain't got to look at this thing, but you did choose a color, and I do appreciate that. Let's say H6 flow with the non-RGB fans. I don't want to offend your sensibilities on that, so RGB is fine. RGB, honestly, I wasn't even into it before I became a content creator, and I had to start showing off my PC in the background. I don't do that anymore, but yeah. I got into it at that point. But it's not for everybody, and I recognize that. And we'll get you a couple of fans for the bottom. You need 140 millimeter fans for that. And we'll get you an AIO that can be a 360 that'll go along the top, and that's, you know, it'd be good. Well, actually, I didn't even give you a look at the case. We'll take a look at it here in a second. Okay. Deep Cool, right here. LT720, minimal RGB on this, maximum performance, excellent AIO. Yeah, I can recommend that 100%. For 115, yeah. All right, select. There we go. Just to give you a closer look at this, I mean, I'm not real. I need to start showing you this stuff. I'm sorry. There we go. This is what this AIO looks like. As you can see, it is not maxed out on RGB. You have the little Deep Cool logo here in their brand color, and then this cool infinity mirror thing going on. That's it. It's not a bunch of RGB fans. So there you go. It's gonna be tasteful. And reliable stuff, good stuff. Let's take a look at the case real quick that I chose for you. We do need a power supply. Don't know why I just passed over that, like as if you don't need one. You do. And here is the case. It is super sick. It's pretty much my favorite case that came out of, unless you're looking at a specific build where it's like really high end, you want all the RGB and you want the extra-ness of the Y70 Touch. The H6 Flow is my favorite case of 2023. This is an angled panel that has 3 fans in it. They're non-RGB, and you can even put this thing solidly up against the wall, and like you're not gonna have it. Well, I mean, you do need an intake for your power supply. Please don't do that. But you're not really blocking. You're not gonna block off those intake fans. It angles them towards the hardware in the back there, and you have spots for 2 140 millimeter fans in the bottom here, and then a 360 millimeter AIO on the top, and even a fan on the back if you want. So yeah. Really, really nice case. Unique looking. It does show off your build. And I still think that panoramic look that you can get for a case is still awesome to have with a non or very minimal RGB build. Looks really good. That's a 6 CPU block. It is. That wood paneling looks very nice, not gonna lie. I have Vader's. What do you mean? Vader's crash. What are you talking about? Wait, what? I have an older Perifio Blue PC. Great Lakes Adventures. Hi. You're just giving me info there. Hi, I'm new to the PC type stuff, says Nicholas CA. What is your opinion on what PC I should buy? I personally am looking for a PC that's really good with very high FPS and graphics. Okay, Nicholas, that's really not a lot of information for me. I don't know what budget you have, so I'm going to go ahead and recommend a $6,000 PC from Falcon Northwest. Just go in and max out all the options. You see how certain bits of information are critical? I don't know what you're going to use it for. No idea. There's a form. If you look in the YouTube stream description, if you look in the description there's a link, and it states really clearly right there, hey, if you want help, please fill out this form. Go ahead and go do that. And then we can help you out as long as we help out whoever was in there before you. I don't even know who Perifio is. Great Lakes Adventures. I've never heard of it. Sits behind my monitor, so no difference to me. Sure. But I will say, the airflow is very good in it. That's what matters. Okay. Back to business here. Power supply. The best deals usually more recently has been on the MSI power supply, but there are tons of good brands out there. There's some really good power supply options. But I've been kind of defaulting to the MSI one because I know it has good reviews and is really highly ranked on the tier list. Now with a 4070 Ti Super, you don't need something like 1,000 watts. But it is here and it's only 150. So since you came in initially looking to upgrade your PC, I will say this. I have no idea what power requirements are going to be in the next 3 to 4 years, maybe 5 years. when you decide you want to upgrade your GPU. So in the interest of giving you some headroom for upgrading, and it's only 150 for this thing, which is gold rated on the PSU Cultist tier list, I'm going to go ahead and select this A1000G from MSI. That was my methodology there. That's my thought process. There you go. Now you know why I overdo it on the power supply a lot of times. I don't know where NVIDIA is going to go with that. Or AMD, you know? AMD, they do still angle for efficiency, and I appreciate that about them. So all we need to do is add a couple fans. Didn't I tell you what budget I was aiming for? Yeah. I do need to add it. We're going to be a little bit over that, but it's not a problem. As you can see, because we added a liquid cooler, same day pro assembly is $250. It's an extra $100 for putting in an all-in-one liquid cooler. Fine, whatever. Sure, Micro Center, you got it. Let's add a couple of fans, case fans to it. All right, we're going to get two 140 millimeter fans for the bottom, non-RGB. We'll see if we can... It doesn't have to match, really, considering that. So let's look up the size. Fan size. 140 millimeter. There we go. And Arctic Cooling P14s. Always a good option. No problem with that at all. I like them. In fact, if they have a 3-pack, you could also put... I don't know if it fits a 140 on the back. I think it's just a 120 on the back, unfortunately. I would say you're probably not going to need the back one. So I'll say... Yeah, these things are $10 a piece. Let me check on the case really quick. It looks like a 120 is the only size. Yeah, okay. So we select this, and then you make it 2 of them. 2. And they should know that those need to go in the bottom as intake. And that's a build. We're done. Neato. Yeah, this is Micro Center. This is what they do. It's a $150 build fee, and if you add an all-in-one liquid cooler, which I would recommend for this CPU to get the most performance out of the 7800X3D, you can use an air cooler on it, but it needs to be a really chunky one. And in this case, usually in dual chamber cases, you want to go with... They're usually optimized for liquid cooling. But anyway, it adds $100 to the build fee if you get it from Micro Center and you add an all-in-one liquid cooler. I think that's stupid. But the fact that you're not going to have to ship this thing anywhere if it has any problems... that'll save you money in the long run. And there's still enough money in the budget to add the at least the 2-year system protection. You'll only be over by like $20. There you go. Now you can make it the 3 years if you're willing to go a little bit over that, a little bit over this, up to like $25.50, and you'll have... It's only like $30 more than getting the 2 years protection. Now the whole point of this is if there's any repairs that need to be made or anything like that, you'll want to read the fine print yourself and all that, but you can just take it to Micro Center over the next 2 or 3 years, whichever you choose, and just be like, here, fix. Okay? Otherwise, they only give you like 30 days of that, and that kind of sucks. So I would at least get the 2 years if it's within the budget for you. But this whole system, you're gaming at 1080p. This is overkill. 100%. 100% overkill on parts. It's going to last you a long time, and this is the top-of-the-line CPU for gaming right now. Plus, it's 7000 series Ryzen, meaning over the next few years, they're still going to be making CPUs for that platform, for this motherboard right here. And this thing is a lot better than the motherboard you had in your current system. Better VRM, better power delivery, better VRM cooling, better I/O, everything. Yeah, there's just no reason to buy a 5-pack here. This person's not... Or Chaos, I know that you mess a lot with PCs. This person's not building this one, and they were looking to upgrade their current PC, but in this case, it was just more cost-effective to and less work to because they would have had to do case migration just to get a new PC, and it's within the budget. So yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and link this to you. Do only specific monitors support 1440p? Yes, 1440p monitors are the ones that support 1440p. Yeah, this thing would do 1440p all day long. Not a problem at all. If you decide you don't want the protection on your system, that 250 can also get you a good, like 32-inch 1440p monitor, no problem. See, this is why I took out the other option under the black or white thing. Either black or white, open to any color. I don't care. It's not up to me. It's up to you. It says you have to choose on the question. That is so frustrating for me. I feel like I just want to like remove people that do that. Like, nope, you didn't choose, then no, I don't have to help you. But I didn't do that. I don't do that. Wait, what am I doing? It's not there. It's here. All right, there you go. I'm going to upgrade on all of these because I do that. Well, at least here. I'm just going to add it here. And I'll add it to the other thing later. All right. Copy and paste. There we go. And I'll know to add that to the other thing later. We can get timestamps on it. I really need to automate that. Cogs, I'm sorry. Okay, there you go, Jake. Good to go. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. 3080 is still solid. Boot effects. Generally, upgrading from one generation to the next, unless you're going from like, because look at it. Say the 3070 Ti is literally a half step down from the 3080, right? So if you were going from like going from a 3080 to a 4070 Ti Super, it's kind of like, one generation up in around the same position. Instead, what you want to do is like you would want to go if you had something like a 3060 going to a 4070 Ti Super or 40 or whatever, then yeah, I could say yes. But the 3080 is probably still doing everything you need. Upgrading is not something that you should do because you can. You should do it if you need to. 3080 was goated, man. That, if not for the shortages and crypto, the crypto market boom and all of that stuff, it would have been one of the best GPU deals of all time. You think I'll be next on this stream? Well, we have Erkin Arcade next, and then you'll be after. Because unless someone else came in who was previously on the list, which, let me know if you're here and you had joined the list before. I'm ready to help, but I need to know that you're here. You need to highlight your chat if you're in Twitch. Use the channel points, little purple B right there. Click him, click highlight my chat, say I'm here. And in the YouTube chat, put @Brayathorn, I'm here, or I'm on the list, or something. I know that Erkin and Evan are here. Wait, Erkin, are you still here? Erkin Arcade just said something not too long ago. Okay, Sailor, if you misspell my name, which is for one thing, like right here, it was right under my head on the last screen, and it's on the channel, it won't highlight your chat for me. Like you went Bray Throne. Man, you went out there with that. But yeah, if you want to, the reason I say put @Brayathorn is because it highlights it, and then when I'm going back to look through, it'll remain highlighted for me. Sailor X, you're in here. Let's see where you were at. I should have checked that earlier. You might be the next person. As long your name needs to match whatever your name is on chat there. I'm hoping I find it in here on the list, because otherwise you need to let me know what your name is here under. Sailor. There's 0 people in here under Sailor, so tell me what went wrong. Tell me what went wrong here. Because what I see in chat when you say stuff is sailor.x. That is your YouTube handle. In the forum, it says, please provide your YouTube or Twitch handle. What name did you give me? Used 38ers are going for like 500 on the used market now. Pretty good deal to me. I don't really agree with that. No, I don't agree with that. Because you go like, well, okay, maybe. It's going to be on a case-by-case basis. Because first off, if you get something used, there is uncertainty involved. Okay? For one thing, there's a lot of GPUs that are coming out of China and stuff that they removed the silicon. They did things like that to it. It's really a tough market right now. So you only buy off a used market if you're guaranteed you can get a refund if the product is not good. And that's hard to find. Maybe through Java or something like that, you can find an option like that. The other thing is, at around $600, you're getting into GPUs that can beat the 3080. Well, even if, pretty handily. So if you're building new or doing something like that, then yeah. If you have a 3080 and you're like, oh, do I need to upgrade? You probably don't. But it's such a weird market right now, man. And we really did not need that kind of doubt being cast on the used market like that, but it's there. It is there. You really need some guarantees if you're going to be buying anything used. Because GPUs, it's really easy to hide when you remove the chip, the actual GPU. Just put the cooling solution back on. Looks like a full-on graphics card, but nothing shows up on your monitor. Oh no! Recently discovered your content while looking for reviews of pre-builts and ended up watching a ton of videos. Thanks for your work. You're welcome. Thanks for coming over to the Twitch channel. Appreciate that. Repasted my 2080 Ti and it runs faster and cooler now. I agree, 3080 is solid. It is, yeah. Sorry, I'm on my phone. Okay, all good. But what's your name that you entered here in the form? Because I can't find you. That's why it has to match, so I can find your entry in here. It doesn't say Sailor X on any of these. You see here? In this section here is where you enter your YouTube or Twitch handle, your name, on the platform so that I can look for you. I have no idea who you are on this list. Well, those are all taken care of, but yeah. I went and searched for Sailor and nothing. Pete Harkins, Micro Center does have a 7800X 3D bundle. Search for AMD bundle. Okay, here's what you do. All right, Jake, before you leave, and if you already left, well, why didn't you hang out with me? You don't like me? Anyway, when you go, don't just order this through the website. Take this list to them, to Micro Center. They'll build it for you. They have like, as long as you request the build and pay for it, you know, at least 4 hours before closing. And yeah, do it earlier than that. Don't do that to them. You can tell them, hey, if there's a bundle, I want to change the CPU, motherboard, and RAM to that bundle. But here's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, I think I used the motherboard that they use in the bundle and the RAM they use in the bundle. So we should be okay. You're hanging. Thank you. You do like me. Okay, Sailor X is not answering what name they entered here. Okay, so I'm gonna have to move on. Okay, so Erkin, it's gonna be your turn. I know you're on your phone, but a lot of people are. And also, if you don't fill out the form properly, I just can't find your information. I do want to help you, and we will get help for you. We will help you out. But I just, yeah, without the right name, I'm dead in the water. So, yeah. How many tabs do you have open? A lot. What's it to you? I have 96 gigs of RAM. It's not a problem. Polaris, go with something like a dual tower cooler. Or, you know, yeah, go with something a little beefier. Because that has a K at the end of it, meaning you have the ability to overclock as long as your motherboard is a Z series motherboard. Right? The Z chipset, like Z690, Z790. If you want to have that headroom to overclock, you better go with something a little chunkier on the cooler. Boot effects? No, it's not. It is backingtrack.gg. And it's super sick. I had used my email. Why did you do that? It didn't ask for that. It didn't ask for your email. I don't understand. I didn't ask for anyone's email. In fact, I specifically made a point of not keeping emails for anyone who is filling out the form because that's your personal info and I don't want it. So the fact that you were like, well, I'm going to give it to you anyway. I don't know what to do with that. And also you had the chance to type in what it was so I could actually look you up, but you didn't even do that. You type in your email. Where's there an email address on here? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't want to just say stuff and then not show what I'm talking about. Okay. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right. Just, you know, I'm not trying to hurt anybody's feelings or anything, but like I'm clear. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so it's just what's your Twitch/YouTube handle. That's all it says. It doesn't ask for email. I don't want that. So, but yeah, you could have been typing in what the email is, so I can. If you don't want to type it in chat, you shouldn't have typed it in here. I just don't see an email address anywhere. Am I crazy? It's not me, right? Right, guys? You might have had to enter your email to be allowed to fill out the form. That's because it's a Google form, so of course you do. But I'm talking about what you answered here. Used 3070s can be had for like 320, 350, even better deal. Yeah, 3070s. I built the channel on a 3070 for like a year and a half. It was awesome. Yeah, boot effects, I know. I mean, that's the thing. Here's the thing. Remember this, for anyone looking to fill out the form, be aware. It states clearly, if you ignore the instructions in certain questions, you agree to be roasted on stream. Good-natured roast, don't worry. That's letting you know you're going to hear about it if you do something like, you know, typing in your life story wherever there's an other option, right? Or doing anything like that. You're going to hear about it. And it's fun. I did type in chat. Sailor. I mean, what is the email address that okay, no, don't do that. Don't type in your email address in chat, because look, this doesn't, there is nowhere to, there's no emails in the list. Like in the list here, there is not an email address. I don't actually see any email addresses. I guess I should extend it because some people like to type a lot wherever they're allowed to. There's no email address in here. Did you fill out the form? Okay. Look, I want to help you out. I really do. Okay. But you need to make sure that you have fully completed this form here and submitted it. Okay. And when you go to this part here, you need to type in sailor.x, and that way I'll know who you are in chat there. But as it seems like you might not have filled out the form completely, and I'm not getting after you. Remember, like I said, it's good-natured roasting. That's all it is. Okay. Just make sure that you click the link in the description of the stream. Okay. I'll even, you know what I'm going to do? I'm even going to go ahead and post it in chat real quick. Okay. There we go. Man, they got to fix this. Like YouTube, their layout for their dashboard sucks. Okay. There we go. That's a little behind, isn't it? Okay. Oh, I got 46 concurrent viewers. Nice. Hi, guys. So there you go. There is the form that everybody else fills out in order to get help. I'm good. I just vaped a bit ago. I'm fine. I need to hydrate, though. Okay. All right. Now, for real, though, not another false alarm. Erkin, Arcade, it is your turn. Okay? Look, I get it. Okay? My mom's in her mid-70s, and I'm the tech person. I help her out with all that kind of stuff. I get it. It's a lot to keep up with. Don't even worry about it. In fact, I'm glad that if you're looking for a pre-built PC, that you're getting help for that. That's what I'm here to do. Crash loves the SkyTech. Awesome. Very good. Glad to hear that. Erkin, Erkin is, I hope you didn't get, Erkin said, yep, still here earlier. So let's start looking through this. Budget is 3,500, not near a micro center, so that narrows that down. Pre-built, looking to order, or looking, they want it within a month after they purchase it. And they're looking at ordering within the month as well, within a month. Now, this is where things get, where it's important. So we're looking at what's really important here. A lot of you, oh my goodness, you just chose everything, didn't you? This is like when a kid gets in the elevator and they're just like, all the floors. Okay, gaming, streaming, content creation / video editing, coding / game design, cybersecurity, pen testing. Wait, Thor? Is this Thor? Thor, are you in my chat? I imagine you would be using the name Thor instead of Erkin Arcade. But do we have pirate software in the chat right now? It's what it sounds like. It just sounds like Thor. I'm sorry. Who literally did pen testing. And also worked for Blizzard and did all that stuff. If you guys don't watch pirate software, you gotta, it just hilarious stories, great content, awesome stuff. I do want to reiterate for everybody that if I roast you, it's not because I don't like you or I'm mad. It's because I do like you guys. That's how I treat my friends. I roast my friends all the time. But I know maybe you don't know me that well, but that's, I like to have that kind of vibe in my streams. And you know, like you will know the difference when I'm actually upset about something. Okay, so 4K, gaming, streaming, content creation / video editing, coding / game design, cybersecurity, pen testing. Now, there's not really a lot. I mean, cores are great to have if you're doing, say, your home lab, things like that. That way you could do via virtual machines, things like that. Lots of RAM and lots of cores. But this is what you filled in for the home lab specifically. I don't know if that's what you're doing. Of course, you can do remote pen testing and cybersecurity, all that stuff. Not a problem. That's mostly what it is. It's mostly remote. I honestly never really got too much into it myself, but I admired it from afar. Say that. This is a lot of use cases, but also the budget is 3,500, so we should be able to manage this. Not a problem. Like Activision Blizzard, yes. His full name is Thor Goblin Lord. Of course, it's on his, you know, it's right there on his ID and everything. Yeah. Not Thor, but I love the guy. Same brain. All right. Okay. His motivational stuff is low-key amazing, by the way. He'll just have random motivational YouTube shorts, and it's really good. He's the reason I want to make YouTube shorts, and I never have really wanted to before. Him and Meta PCs are the reason I want to do YouTube shorts. And Roby, too. Roby's been encouraging me to do that for a long time. Anyway, let's get to work. Let's get this done. So 4K, you want a white build, and you were looking at the Azure 2 with a 7950X 3D. I should have looked at this earlier. And a 7900 XTX in it. Just wondering if there's something better out there. Okay, I'm going to say right now, well, I'm going to ask you a question. Where are you planning on streaming? Is it Twitch or YouTube or both or what? But yeah, Cogs did have that right. Thor Goblin Lord. That's great. I remember he's saying he used that for something, and he was like, I'm not actually... They sent a package. It was a P.O. box. He was like, are you Thor Goblin Lord? Like, looking at his ID, he's like, it's obviously not Goblin Lord, but I am Thor. That's a great story. You know, when it comes to IT, I never really zoned in on one thing. It was very broad and shallow, and it's really easy to sort of like stay around that if you're into IT, unless you really go far in your career. Then you find a niche and you stick to that niche. But I really stayed broad and shallow when it came to the scope of experience that I had. I just kept putting on different hats, man. You know, all the way up to IT admin, but that's even more broad and shallow because, you know, then you have people handling, you know, I have someone who's handling the security, handling all that stuff. I have someone handling, you know, actual break fix out there in the field and just all that stuff. And then you're just sort of managing all the little things. But yeah, it worked out really great for being an IT administrator. But I was that for a convenience store company that had almost 50 stores, 50 locations. And yeah, and they sold all the locations. And then I lost that job. And that sucked. And that's when I was like, I'm going to go into telecommunications. I would love to see YouTube Shorts. That's going to happen. YouTube mainly. Okay. In that case, AV1 is fine. You can use AV1 streaming, and that means you 7900 XTX. Solid. So yes, AV1 is coming to Twitch, and they're specifically working with NVIDIA on that. Like, I've been waiting for that forever, and then they make it an exclusive thing with NVIDIA, but I don't know how exclusive that's going to be. It's really going to be up to probably OBS, but I mean, the whole thing about local it's not even transcoding, but local multi-encoding, different resolutions and frame rates and all that, and you send all of that up to Twitch. That's something that they worked out with NVIDIA, and I don't know if they're going to keep that to just NVIDIA, but that really, really frustrates me because that's why I wasn't recommending AMD GPUs for anyone wanting to stream on Twitch. Anyway, YouTube, no problem. AV1, awesome. Okay. There is an actual specific option in OBS for AMD's AV1 encoder. Hundreds of Ethernet/fiber cables. A network cable is unplugged somewhere. Yep. Just get a audible tester and a wand. You'll find it. Like it's that easy. Nope. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, so if we're going to start off with SkyTech, let's start off with SkyTech. I like it when you have something in mind already. That simplifies things greatly. I love the case that the Azure 2 comes in. And let's just click all pre-builts, and we're going to go with AMD. Now, here's the thing. Okay, so you said 7900X3D, good. Because there's a lot of people who might be like, well, yeah, 7800X3D, but that for productivity and content creation, no. Don't do that. Do they have it specifically by model? Here we go. 7950X3D. There we go. That's the one, 3129. It's a hell of a deal. But we got to look at the details here. Let's take a look. 2 terabyte NVMe Gen 4. Good. That'll you know, it sounds like you're the type that can probably upgrade storage on your own. Awesome. The downside, I would say here, is going to be the RAM being 32 gigs DDR5 5200 rather than 6000 or 6400. 6000 if you're on the previous Agisa, 6400 if you're on the newer Agisa that has a 6400 sweet spot rather than the previous. They never should have done that, and that offends me, but whatever. This one also comes with the really neato in-win AIO that they now mount the RAD on. Oh, of course, they can't mount the RAD on the side here, but on the Prism 3, they now mount it on the top there because we were unrelenting, and that's how you need to be. This also, by the way, comes with the extra fan that you can put in the bottom there. There is ventilation, so you can have a reverse flow fan. You just pop it in the bottom there. Mine came with that when I did the Azure 2 review, so yours should too. X670 is the motherboard. It's not going to necessarily be the most feature-packed motherboard. These pre-configured systems, they do cut corners here and there. And while it is not B650, thankfully, it's not an X670E, which is probably what I'd recommend for the streaming content creation side of things. So we can either go with this, or I can go into the actual custom PC builder and see if we can beat this deal, okay? But it's going to be more expensive because I'm going to put in a more feature-packed motherboard with better rear I/O, which when you're streaming can come in clutch. Just saying, from experience. Been streaming for years now. Though I did skip last year, most of it anyway. Let's not talk about that. Does 5200 to 6000 make such a difference with AMD? Oh, yes. Ryzen likes one-to-one memory synchronization. It just likes it a lot. It can leave a decent amount of performance on the table. But RAM is one of the easiest things to upgrade, and it's not that expensive. If you find that you want to optimize it yourself, and you can get that, you can do that, it's not a problem. And then you have a backup kit of RAM for troubleshooting. Besides which, I would recommend 64 gigs anyway for video editing. At least 64 gigs, unless you're really comfortable using proxies and you go that route. Because I edited on 32 gigs for a long time when my 64 gig kit started giving me problems. That was early on G.Skill Trident Z5 RAM. Was not as stable as like the more recent stuff from my experience. I edited on 32 gigs for a while, but now I'm on 96 and I'm like, wee. Ayo. What's all this then? This looks completely different. Wait, why is there a bookmark thing? Can I save and send the build now? Oh, Skytech, you shouldn't have. You really should have. It is long overdue. Thank you. 7950X3D. The PC is already more expensive, okay? But it's in a more expensive case. Oh, this is going to take a while, isn't it? Oh, no. Okay. Graphics, it has a 4090. Calm down. Holy jeez. 7900 XTX is $750 cheaper. Yeah, I think we're going to do that. They completely renovate. I don't need this. Thank you. They completely renovated. They didn't even tell me. This is something that SIs are usually super proud of, and they tell me right away. The Nesso P1 is pretty nice, by the way. But if you like that Montec Air... the Sky 2. There we go. In white. There it is. We got it. Hollister people should see what they're buying IMO. Wait, what? Any flack for Skytech using disclaimer for stock image for pre-builts? No, and I'll tell you why. Because they actually have pictures of their builds on their website. No AI, none of that. In a configurator? No. And also, they built those PCs that you see there. I have talked to them about that, but Skytech, they're a much larger outfit than Apex. Okay? They have a lot more models. Whereas Apex will have like 8. These guys have like 40 SKUs. So it's forgivable. Actually, considering that, they do pretty well. And but no, really with Apex, it was more about the AI and then the refurbished things. If you're selling something that is refurbished and you don't have a picture, don't sell that. Take a picture of it, because I wouldn't buy something refurbished sight unseen. Personally. If you change the RAM kit, disable XMP Expo in the BIOS first, then unplug and change out the kit, or it may not post as it's working off the old XMP Expo profile, so you might have to pull the battery to clear the CMOS. Or you could press the clear CMOS button. You do that. And just do the process. Clearing CMOS is not just about pushing the button. There's a little bit of a process there, but yeah. Cooler, I can recommend the Deep Cool. They should have it in white. And they do. There you go. I don't know. I haven't been following the Enermax debacle, but they've had several AIOs that have had problems. So I would just not choose that one. There's standard thermal paste. There's probably higher end thermal paste. I will say I like the look of this, but it is pretty slow. And look at that, 850 watt power supply available now. Sweet. They finally fixed that. I'm really happy to see that. And like, I'm not even being facetious. Why is that an option? Why is that a category? There's no options here. What the heck? Okay, now we can look at motherboards, which for a content creation PC is critical. And we've got a lot of options. Hell yeah. There you go, SkyTech. Because as you can see, going with all AMD, we've chopped a lot of that price off of it. But we haven't chosen yet our storage, our RAM. So we don't want to throw all of that at the motherboard, but getting a solid motherboard with tons of IO is always a good idea when you're setting up for a content creation workstation / gaming PC. Now, they're going to have a few that have that white look to them. That's another thing I'll take into consideration as well. Aesthetics can be important. Let's take a look at... Oh, buddy. Okay, I'm just going to go and select the Tai Chi Carrera because it belongs in white builds and it looks amazing. Okay, it is a good motherboard too. The Tai Chi is, like, say what you want about ASRock. They put in more features, like more BIOS features than anyone else on like mid-range and budget boards than anybody else does. And though it may be a disorganized mess, if you know what you're doing, that doesn't matter. And you go Tai Chi, you're getting good quality. So there you go. That's my thoughts on ASRock. I just don't like their budget boards that much. Even though they give you a lot of BIOS options because they can't be bothered to remove them. Honestly, that's pretty much the main reason. Yeah, I'm just... So we want 6,000 and it's not here. That's concerning. So the option here is to go with the 16 gig option here, the cheapest one possible, and then buy your own kit and swap it out. And then you have backup for troubleshooting. I would get a 64 gig kit at DDR5 6000 or 6400 if you're going to be on the latest AGESA for AMD. Google said you could only fill out the form once. Oh, what's up, Nemus Tech? How's it going? Sailor, that means you filled out the form, but you didn't tell me what name you used for it, and I need to know what that is so I can look you up. A non-savage 777. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Not every board has a handy dandy control CMOS, clear CMOS button. Yeah, I know. I understand. So yeah. Sailor, the first thing you answered was your name. I need to know what you put there so that I can look you up. Otherwise, I cannot find your name. So that's what I mean when I say you switch your YouTube handle. But we went over all that. So I do need you to try and figure that out for us. Why don't they have DDR5 6000 here? What the heck is going on? They get Kingston. Kingston makes a ton of that stuff. All right, well, I'll shoot a message over to them, but the cheapest kit's $50 off. Mesh with a side glass panel. Well, this has side intake, and in my testing, the thermals were fine. You can actually watch the stream where I did that, and the video, the review video. The thermals were good. The only thing was that the motherboard was the issue, because the motherboard was cranking so much power into that 13600K that the thermals were having some trouble, but it just meant that it was reaching 100 degrees and then throttling. Like, it was pushing well over the TDP for that part into that CPU. But that was just the motherboard. That's how it was functioning. But yeah, that's what I would recommend here, just because they're not listing 6,000 megatransfers per second memory. I would go for the 16 gigs. Buy your own kit of 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 or 6400, depending. And then just swap them out. One of the easiest upgrades you can do. And then you have a spare kit for $60 for troubleshooting. Not sure if it matters, but for storage, I have a 6 terabyte hard disk drive. Cool. Well, we'll count that as extra. Cogs is on the case. Thank you, Cogs. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness, they have an Apex gaming power supply. That's kind of cringe. But okay. Oh, they got Deepcool ones. And Deepcool, by the way, congrats to Deepcool, because they have their power supplies. I need to remember exactly which model, but it is speculated to be on a gold-rated on the tier A list for the. Wow, that's the worst sentence ever. Okay, they're speculated to have a gold rating on tier A for the PSU cultist tier list for power supplies. So that's awesome for Deep Cool. There's the MSI one that I usually would recommend, and it totally works here. Yeah, 1,000 watts, but it's a white piece. Oh, they got the Fantex 1,000 watt in white. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. That's a sick power supply. That's the Fantex amp. That's the one. Comes with white cables, all of that. Sick. Okay. They have I applaud all the options here. Not too happy about the RAM selection thing, but this is all new. This is all new. What can I say? Okay, we got a Gen 3 1 terabyte drive. We can definitely upgrade that. We're going to go with a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive. What are our options here? Oh, Skytech. Oh, man. I need to message them. I was told they don't buy any more 512 or 500 gig drives. I was told. I'm gonna hit them up and shame them a little bit. Okay, 2 terabyte Western Digital Black SN850X is fine and good, and that's what we want. They didn't have a 4 terabyte drive for how much more? $180 more. I mean, not bad. Don't forget, this is before the discount. You're going to get a discount on this system with my code. Now, no, they didn't. They didn't do it to where you could get Windows without activation, unfortunately. You're probably going to want to go for Pro, so there you go. I'm going to select it for you. Lopta, don't go away. I'm sorry. I should have. I know I read your comments and I didn't respond to them. I'm sorry. I went like that instead of responding. But hi, and yes, you're right. You have to use a light on the fibers, but you can't get audible. You can't use a wand on that. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I promise. Not every board has a handy dandy. I already talked about that. White builds. That's right. And yes, the music does slap. So I'm still helping Erkin. Are we good so far? And I know we're not beating it, but we have a better motherboard in here, and that is critical. IMO. You also have 2 terabytes of Gen 4 storage, 1,000 watt white power supply. The downside is the RAM, okay? But you can stay under your budget of 3,500 and get yourself a 64 gig kit of RAM, which is something you would probably need to do for this build anyway. Because 32 gigs is not really enough in my opinion, for content creation. You want to have, trust me, you do not want to be in the middle of editing something and then suddenly you cap out your RAM, everything freezes and everything screws up. Not good. So you would have to get a kit anyway. So you'd be not tossing it, but you'd have a 32 gig kit that you're not really using. With this option instead, and you get the same discount on both, and it should be free shipping for both. Instead, you're getting just a 16 gig kit of RAM as a backup rather than 32, but you're getting an insane motherboard here. The Taichi Carrera is packed with features. Well, yeah, that's what I was going over on the RAM kit, was that. So they need to up their inventory on fast RAM if they're going to sell AMD. Ryzen does not like slow RAM. You're leaving a lot of performance on the table. Not offended, just knock out a Welsh lesson before midnight. You're learning Welsh like on purpose? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Up again to work at 5:30 a.m. Okay. Well, I wish you good luck with your lesson and a restful night. And thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. But yeah, no, this I think that this is going to be a better build. Also, you have a more appropriate a liquid cooler on there. Also, I kind of like the Deep Cool one a little more than this inline pump that you got with the InWin one. Although it looks cool, fan wobbles a little bit on mine. It's barely perceptible. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I would go for this one more, personally. It makes no difference to me. If you want the other one, you can. But we max this one out when it comes to the features that matter for content creation. And I would recommend swapping the RAM kit for either system. Regardless, I'd recommend swapping to a 64 gig kit of DDR5 6000. Crash, that's the thing, is like, it's just for starters. I mean, most people want to use their own peripherals anyways. So that's pretty default for any company that does that, where they include peripherals. Also, by the way, you have a thing where you can get extended warranty on here. Okay, it comes with 1 year. But if you want to upgrade that, it's pretty typical. $226 to go to 2-year warranty and $323 to go to 3-year warranty. So lifetime tech support, and you have parts, labor, and shipping covered, which is unique to SkyTech. They cover the shipping for that full time. Nobody else really does that. Even, yes, Alexander PCs, that has a lifetime warranty, they don't pay for shipping that whole time. What's the difference between storage and memory? Memory is temporary. Storage is, you can turn the PC off and it keeps that information. But when you're actually needing to access memory, it needs to be accessed very quickly, so it loads it into memory temporarily. And then you access it whenever you will restart your PC, or once you need the space in your memory, or you close a program. If it's running right, it should dump all that from memory, and then you have your memory back, your RAM. It's random access memory. So random access is volatile, basically. Volatile memory is memory that does not stay, it doesn't keep the data when power is not running through it. But storage does keep it. So there we go. Yeah, I would recommend this system 100%. And let me see what this does. Yo! This is huge, guys. I'm not exaggerating. Like this, I've been asking for this from SkyTech for like 2 years now. A year and a half. Yes. I'm very happy right now. You see what you guys know what I've been having to do with SkyTech for custom systems? I've been having to type out where are they? SkyTech custom build. Look at this. I've been having to type out all the parts just so that people could reference that. No longer. No, that's not the right link. Wait, yo. I hit copy link. All right, I'm going to do it that way. Maybe that little button doesn't work, but I don't care. I'm happy anyway. I put the wrong link in there. Sorry. I gave you the link to the form again. You can't fill that out again. All right, there you go, Erkin. You're good to go. I usually do all my own research, but it's cool to know there's someone as obsessed with it as I am. Yeah. Well, the thing is, if I wasn't already familiar with the Tai Chi Carrera, because I'd been considering it for a long time for a white build where I could do like a custom paint with a marble finish on the outside of PC, whatever. If I hadn't already done a ton of research on it and I didn't know much about it, oh, you better believe we'd be opening up the page for the Tai Chi Carrera motherboard, because I obsess over PCs for content creation. I considered it as if it was going to be for me because of the specific needs. If you're streaming and you really get into streaming tech, that's all USB, baby. It's going to take, and a lot of those don't like to be on a PCIe carrier card or on, not carrier card, but a PCIe expansion card or on a hub. Like really nice webcams don't like to be on a hub, man. They like to be right into the motherboard. So you get a lot of I/O there and tons of power delivery, tons of VRM cooling, all that good stuff. Lots of storage options. Yeah, you good. There you go. Now, one other thing I want to mention is you need to use code SWARM, SWARM. That's going to give you a really solid discount on this system, okay? Now, I know one thing. It's going to have this little thing on the bottom of the screen that says get $100 off, and depending on the price of the system, it might be more of a, like a few dollars more of a discount to use that code or link or whatever. But using code SWARM, it gives you a discount and simultaneously supports the channel. Part of Operation Code Braithorn. I don't like it when people do things like super chats. I mean, I like it and I appreciate it, but I get really awkward with generosity that I feel is unearned on my part. And that's how I feel about gifted subs, donos, super chats, things like that. It's like, I was going to do this anyway. But if you're saving money and supporting the channel, that's where I feel comfortable with that. So if you use code SWARM, you get nearly the same discount. It scales with the price of the PC. And there you go. It supports the channel as well. Now, the other thing is when you're checking out the bottom option, when you're filling out all your info, it has an option to, and I'll go ahead and add to cart so I can show you. Okay. it has an option to have your PC built live on stream, which is super cool. Like, you want to see the process done, you can. Now, you've probably built PCs yourself because of the stuff you're into. That's fine. If that's the case, cool. You don't need it for educational purposes, but just to hang out with the people building your PC. I can tell you, they're cool people. But they only do that 3 days a week. And you actually might want, well, I don't know if you want to mess with the operating system stuff, but whatever. They only do it 3 days a week, and it might delay your build a little bit further. Getting a custom-built system is much better in the long run when you're trying to suit specific needs, but it does take longer to get the system, okay? A little bit longer. Not like Apex time, like 6 to 8 weeks or anything, or as some people have said, you know, months or whatever. But, you know, actually, I wonder where it has that info. Proceed to checkout. Standard 1 to 5 business days shipping after that's done is, okay, so I guess it's not included, but you're going to get a discount that should pretty much cover a good chunk of that. Anyway. Slow website. Let's go. Okay. Where's the coupon code thing? I want to see. Dude, they even have it showing all the parts now. It's like they've been listening in, but they've been they're not ghosting, but they've been lurking. SWARM. Shipping is free. Good. Awesome. I was worried that you were losing out on free shipping here. Promo code SWARM means that you're getting... No, don't do that. Okay. $97.05 off of your system. $97.05. See, it's not a... It's $2.95 less of a discount than the $100 discount code, but it's still something. And it supports the channel when you do that. But this right here is where you can say, I want to watch my custom PC being built live on Twitch. It is automatically selected. You need to deselect that if you don't want that. And then there's options. What do we want? What do we call you on stream? What do you plan to use a PC for? Just things like that. Questions so that they're familiar and all of that. Any special notes you have for the builder, all that good stuff. Okay? And I'll let you know time and date so you can go join. It's 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific time, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Anyway, there you go. Jarrett Carroll, I have a question for you. Why are you asking for help from another member in chat? Like, we have a whole forum for that. Check out the... I think you're trying to say pre-built. Take that to the this person just had me help them with a PC. Take that to the Tech Questions forum in the Discord and ask a techie. There are great volunteer techies who do this all the time. They can give you their opinion. Just, you need to be willing to offer a little bit more information, like what are you using it for? What's the purpose of the system? You know, like what resolution are you gaming at? What kind of games are you going to play? Like, otherwise people are just guessing. But yeah, Erkin, that's the code right there. Okay. I really enjoy your streams. I enjoy your viewership, Lopter. Thank you. And enjoy when you're in chat. All you guys are awesome. Next person is going to be Evan Arthur. Wait a second. I just realized that someone put I don't have one for their YouTube or Twitter. Who did this? This must have been during today's stream. This was today. Who put I don't have one? Wait a second. Okay. Sailor X. Is this you where you just put I don't have one for a name? How did I not notice that before? Okay, so the code combined? Oh, it was a deal. So yeah, it does stack with anything where it's like, hey, on sale for $300 off. Yes, you can also additionally use my code for that. Thank you. Can't wait. 2.95 is nothing. 295 is nothing. I'd rather support a fellow. Appreciate you. Okay, so there, that's all I was asking was what did you enter right here, and you could put like in quotations, I don't have one. I guess but that's like That's like designed to be confusing when I ask that question. Okay. So the amount you said it changed to, that's 1629. That's a very, very specific number. Skytech Shadow 4. Let's look at your use case here. 16, let's just say 1600. Okay, well, it's just going to do that, isn't it? I can't have that. It freaks me out. I don't want that. It needs to match. Yeah. Okay. Ergo keyboard. Okay. Okay, and you want it within a week. So yeah, something pre-configured, and you specifically mentioned the Skytech Shadow 4. Okay, graphic design and 3D design. So we're gonna take a look at this. Now that's gonna be, so if you're looking for something as a workstation for graphic design and 3D design, that is gonna be tough to accomplish. I mean, those workstations are pretty pricey, so don't expect it to be something that's gonna, run like a professional workstation. At around $1,500, you're looking at not entry level. That's about $1,000, but mid/budget gaming PC, right? But there are some adjustments you can make over time to sort of make it better for that. So let's see the system you're talking about. Okay, we're going back to Skytech because that's what you were asking about specifically, and you said it was a Shadow 4, right? It's a little slow, so we're going to give it some time. Erkin, I don't think it does. Now that's a coupon code thing, so you can only use one coupon code. What they're talking about is like how it'll say something like this right here. You see this where this is 1149 was 1179. That can stack, and there are ones with a much larger amount off. And as far as I'm aware, that is not a thing. So let's move the budget slider down. That's usually the best way to shop for stuff, is to just go in and move the slider down. And we're going to move the slider up because they have a lot of systems. Like, you guys see what I'm talking about when I say that they have a lot of models. Like, their number of SKUs is off the charts. So I can't expect them to have a unique one for every single spec. Fair, but they built all of these. So versus Apex, they're like way ahead of the game. Anyway, all right. Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay. Interesting. There's a Shadow 4. 1629. Ryzen 5 7600X and a 4070. Now, let's think about this. The Ryzen 5 7600X is a 6-core CPU. Now, by and large, believe it or not, when it comes to specifically Blender, AMD generally does better than Intel. But it also reacts to the number of cores pretty strongly, so it's a little hard to say. A 7950X beats a 14900K when it comes to Blender. So let me ask you this. When it comes to Sailor X, which of those programs, it was Maya, SolidWorks, Blender, which of those programs are you actually going to be using? Also, RAM is a consideration as well, but maybe it might be, I don't know. Ooh, they got a mini P. What is this thing? That's pretty sick. Blaze 4 Mini. Huh. But as you can see, there are several different models of the Shadow 4. Blender. So here's the idea then. Okay, if you specifically use Blender, then I would say, you might want to go with this 7600X and 4070 system here. I wish it was a 4070 Super, though. I regret that it's not. But I mean, for the overall price of the system, you have to consider the fact that you're getting DDR5 memory, and a platform that is DDR5. And this is a platform that's going to be upgradable for years when it comes to the CPU. So the goal, I think, would be to run the 7600X for a while, And if you find that you need more cores, or whatever you want to get more into 3D design, Blender, then maybe when the next generation comes out, the 9000 series, which can be announced, I don't know, summer or whatever, probably at Computex or maybe just before, then maybe you can upgrade that to like an R9, Ryzen 9, 9950X is what that's going to be probably. Yeah, and you'll be able to you might need to do a BIOS update, but you should be able to drop that into this socket and you're off to the races. It's DDR5. It should have 1 terabyte NVMe drive, which is good for starters. Usually I don't say it needs to be 2 terabytes until you're at $2,000. So I mean, this is fine right here. Plus you're getting a discount on this using code SWARM, so that's good. Yeah. Okay, their website is so slow, and I do think it's self-hosted. Whatever. I don't know if that's the case, or if they just have bad hosting, or what the deal is, but it's just really slow. Yeah, motherboard is a full ATX B650, 32 gigs DDR5 5200, which I would rather have 6000, but whatever. I mean, honestly, I do prefer to have one-to-one memory synchronization, but it's not the end of the world. I do agree with Jeff on that, and that's the CTO for Skytech. He's like, we make some concessions trying to get the best deals we can into people's hands, and we, it's 5200. You're not talking about all of the frames per second being lost there, and it's fine, and it's easily upgraded for down the road. And if someone really cares about that, I'll let you know. Okay, sure, that's fine. Now the 650 watt power supply is something that if you want to do a major upgrade to like the GPU, you'll need to upgrade down the line. But other than that, if you're trying to max out your budget, max out what you can get for that, and still have upgradability down the line, this is going to be the system for you. Got the full-size Fantex Eclipse in white. Good. I want to switch to Intel, but I can't afford a new motherboard. What should I do? Why would you switch to Intel right now? Why would you switch to LGA 1700? It's coming to end of line. It's reaching the end. Now, to be clear, if someone's buying a PC and they don't ever really plan on upgrading the CPU, then it's great, because you're getting the sort of the most refined CPUs for that platform there ever will be, because the next CPU generation is going to be a new platform. It's going to be a new socket, right? And that doesn't always start off too smooth. You guys might not remember what 12th gen started like. It was kind of a mess, okay? But if you go with, if you plan on upgrading down the line, you should go with AMD, okay? If you don't care about that, you can still get amazing performance out of Intel, and it is as refined as it can be for that platform. It's like the final product, right? 13th gen, 14th gen are very similar. Better memory compatibility with 14th gen, but other than that, it's very similar. But yeah, so to be clear, that's how I actually feel about that. But with why switch to, like, if you're someone who is willing to do something like a motherboard swap, then you're someone who's willing to upgrade your CPU, and you'll get more benefit out of that going with socket AM5 with AMD, Ryzen. Anyway, but yeah, there you go. No problem. Here, you already have the link. You're already looking at it, but there's a code for that. Get a discount on it. And where was I here? Here. Oh, not wrong thing. Bam. All right. Nope, wrong one. I keep fooling myself because I'm a fool. Okay. Okay, Evan Arthur, your turn. Crash, I'd recommend AMD over Intel any day of the week. It depends. It really does depend. Oh, Rika Reed. I'm sorry, in case I was next. Wait, where were you on the list here? Hang on. Hang on. Oh, you're like way... Okay, oh, no, not way up here, but you're up here. Okay. I just told Evan it's their turn, but no, I mean, I can help you out now. Do you need to leave? You got to head out. You don't have to resubmit. It stays here. Like all of these people here did not have to resubmit. I'm sorry I didn't do yours before Erkin's. I'm really sorry about that. I didn't realize that you were waiting on that. There was a Shadow 4 with a 4070 Super below, but Intel CPU. Okay. All right. Quick question for you, Sailor X. Are you actually going to upgrade that CPU down the line? Because if not, there is a different option there. Yes. Where was that one? Was it a 13400? I think it was a 13400 one, right? God, their site is so slow. Ah! And it doesn't help that, like, now on their configurator, it's total. Yeah, there we go. 13400F, 4070 Super. It is DDR4. This is not as forward-thinking of a system. It just has a better GPU. And the reason I went with AMD was also because they use Blender. Okay? So, I'll tell you what, Sailor, you can choose between the two. You want the beefier GPU, you can go with this. Or if you don't mind having the 4070, you can go with the 7600X system here, and you'll have future upgradability, and it's going to be better with Blender because AMD is just better with Blender than Intel in a like-to-like comparison. Okay. Okay, then you'll use that. Then, okay, stop trying to confuse things, iKenny. There's a reason I ask all these questions. Oh, not iKenny. Not iKenny. Sorry. Holy Shepherd is a person. iKenny, you're guilt-free. You didn't do anything. Also, Holy Shepherd, it's fine. It doesn't really bother me, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, Rika Reed, you're gonna stay. Don't worry. You'll be in the running. I'm so sorry I missed out on that. It's gonna be pretty hard to keep track of, if I'm being honest. But Evan, if Rika took off, Evan, you're in. If they don't have one, I shouldn't have to one either. Philinux, I don't know what you were saying. Okay, Rika, if you want to, okay, you have to leave. That's fine. I'm really sorry. We'll get you on the next one on Tuesday. My bad. I am sorry. Just waiting for a group thing to start, but I'm good to go when it's. But I got to go when it starts. It's a parts list. Those take a long time. Okay. Yeah, parts lists take a while. I don't like to rush those. So yeah, we'll get you on Tuesday. I got you. I promise. On Tuesday. Evan Arthur's here. Awesome. Sweet. Okay, 2500. You do live near a micro center, but you don't want to get your PC from there. Okay. You want pre-built, and you're willing to wait about a month to get it. You want it within a month, and you're ordering within a month. All right. Oh boy, another multi-use PC here. Gaming, streaming, content creation / video editing, and music production. Budget is 2500. What is the full-on budget? Now the budget options are in increments of 500. That leaves a lot of wiggle room. So are you at like 2700? What are we looking at for the actual full budget? It's okay if it's actually 2500. I just need to know. Crash personally chose Skytech because they had a good combination of quality and cosmetics. They also have a pretty good reputation with our community, which is another thing, guys. If you're looking at a system integrator and you're doubting, you're not sure, go to the SI testimonials on the Discord, which is always linked in the description of every piece of content I post on YouTube. It's also linked in the panels on my Twitch stream. You can join the Discord community. Check out the SI testimonials for any system integrator you're interested in. See if there's positive or negative. And if, even more importantly, if you find that there's no testimonials in there, if you buy your PC from there, leave a testimonial about it. Whether it's good or bad, we need to know. You're helping out the other community members, consumers in general, because I will then use that information to inform my recommendations. Yeah, but Skytech does well there. Okay, 2500. Okay. Duster Mike. If you looked at the, if you came into the stream and saw in the description where in bold it says if you want help, You need to click this link to fill out the form, and then you ignored that. That's not the way to get help. Please look at the description of the stream and fill out that form to get on this list that you see right here. It ain't magic. It's just how it works. All right, 1440p, gaming content, streaming, content creation, video editing, and music production. This is now, just to give to be clear, every time you add another thing to that list of things you want to use your PC for, that can shift the configuration a little bit. And the more there is, sometimes it makes it more expensive. But we're going to do everything we can to get that under this budget here. And you're looking at NZXT. So what now, I like NZXT. They do some great stuff. But I'm curious, what made you what determined that for you? What made you decide on NZXT? Is it NZXT parts, because you can get those from a lot of system integrators, or is it something specific with NZXT that you wanted? Is that all you've looked at so far? That kind of thing. What are we talking about here? And Crash, if anyone ever is, if you want to help out, whenever someone starts just asking questions and ignoring the list, the queue, kind of cutting the line, whenever someone's doing that, the best thing to do is to point them at the link in the description so that they can fill that out. That is the most helpful thing you can do. And one of the main reasons, even there's a bunch of people in here that may never come back, but they have at least asked themselves these questions, and that is already helpful to them, I would hope. I found that a lot of people who I've helped out probably have not asked themselves these questions, and that's important. I'm going to change the name on this. There we go. Okay. Let's see what they're looking like right now in their configurator. Also, one thing I want to mention, at around this price point and a little under, you might want to wait until Monday to purchase anything. Okay, so like at around 2,000 to 2,500. I'm actually not sure where it's going to end up. You might want to wait until Monday to make any decisions on it. Just saying. But let's take a look at how NZXT is doing in the configurator. I know I said that earlier, then I started closing tabs. My bad. Okay. No, I don't want to do that. Let's see. Customize. Okay. Question for you. Are you the type of person that will upgrade your PC in the future, like with a new CPU or something a few years from now? Or when it comes time to upgrade, you're just going to get a new PC? What do you think? And this is coming from someone who is going to be launching a series that's going to show you how to do all those things really easily if that's something that you choose to do. But just curious. I'm here if no one else is on the list, but I've only been on there for a week? Holy shepherd. This is what I'm talking about when I say if you're on the list, you need to put, if you're in Twitch chat, at Brayathorn, I'm on the list. I don't just look at the name and remember. There are over 150 people on the list. And then I feel bad because I didn't know, but I shouldn't feel bad. But I can't tell you yet, Joseph. I cannot say yet. It's just a hint. As long as we get the video out on Monday anyway. Well, that's okay. If you have your mindset on it, it's just the other question I was asking. Okay, so if you go with the 5800X 3D, no future upgrades. There are no future upgrades. That is the... Yeah, I wouldn't go that route. No. At $2,500, no. 7800X 3D, maybe, but actually, no, not that either because of your use case. Both the 5800X 3D and the 7800X 3D are great for gaming and garbage for every other use case you have on here. You're better with a 7700X than a 7800X 3D when it comes to productivity, content creation, music production, all that stuff. It just cannot keep up with non-3D V-Cache chips. So yeah, and also 5800X 3D is it's a platform that's dead. It's a dead socket. They're not. I keep saying they're not making any more CPUs for it, and then they keep releasing CPUs, but like they're not better than like if you're looking for like ultra budget, sure, but really the only people who should be looking to 5800X 3D are people who are upgrading their existing AM4 PCs, like something that fits in the AM4 socket. They're gaming and they want to upgrade their like 3700X, like we saw earlier. 5800X 3D, perfect for a gaming PC. Not for a content creation, video editing, music production PC. Streaming, no. It can stream. Yeah, it can do just fine. But for the other stuff, no. But if you're wanting to upgrade it in the future, so my question was, and let's make this just yes or no. Do you think that you will upgrade your CPU in the future? Like in the next few years? I'm literally just going to stop talking until I get a yes or no on that. That's all I need to know. No. Okay, cool. All right. Well, you probably save some going with Intel then. So, and they're great for content creation, all that stuff. Lots of cores, all that good stuff. So let's go here. Budget 2500, 1440p. Continue to build. Let's just see what things are looking like here. Oh, I got the H6. Wait, what color case? Black PC. All right, cool. H6 Flow is an awesome case. I can recommend that wholeheartedly. I haven't hydrated in a long time. Oh boy. So they went with a more expensive case. I would say H6 Flow easily takes $90 off. Heck yeah. It's low stock, but not no stock. Power Supply says choose something else. Thanks. You're not going to upgrade anything in the future, so I would say the A850G. Oh, not info, add. There we go. RAM, please select a different item. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I would probably, for that much, I would go off of the, yeah, this is better latency, and it's only $3 more. There we go, 32 gigs, 2x16. Okay. 14700K, amazing for what you're doing, okay? Let me explain why, all right? 14700K, it is near the i9 in performance in cores. It's only four efficiency cores less than the 14900K. All right, frequency, all that, close as well. But it doesn't use quite as much power, and it costs less, and it's the only real major improvement they made in 14th gen. So yeah, I would stick with that for what you're doing. The storage is kind of a really? SN580 1 terabyte for a $2,300 PC. So we're gonna upgrade that to preferably a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive. Well, it is Gen 4, but it's like slow Gen 4. We'll see if we can fit this in the budget. Unfortunately, I don't have a, even though I like NZXT and NZXT likes me, I don't have a discount code with them. They just don't do those. But this altogether should be pretty close. It's a decent motherboard for what you're doing. MSI Pro Z790A Max Wi-Fi. But we can also look at those. Maybe there's going to be an appropriate option that is a little bit less. But no, that's the cheapest one. Okay. That is the cheapest one. Okay. Cooler. Yeah, 240 is pushing it, I think, for 14700K. But like, we're already maxed out on our budget. If you don't care that it doesn't have RGB on the fans, I would go, well, it's $120 more. Good Lord. In NZXT, what are y'all doing? Yeah, their AIOs are expensive. It's got the screen on it. It really does not need that, but they have the... Oh, there we go. $20 more for the Kraken 360 without RGB. It still has a little screen on it. It does, but it's not like the fancy one. You can still put images and stuff on there and telemetry readouts, CPU temps, all that. But yeah, it's only $20 more for a 360, and it's a super solid AIO as well. I can recommend it. And this is putting the build at 2546 with a 14700K, a really solid power supply with the A850G PCIe 5 power supply that has native 12V PWR connector that'll work with this 4070 Ti Super. You said 1440p. That does 1440p. 360 millimeter AIO, H6 flow with tons and tons of airflow. See if we can get a picture of this thing. Well, okay, I don't. That's not a picture of it, but it's a super sick case. And oh, hold on a second. It has both. Oh, that's why. There we go. That'll save us a little bit of money. That should get it under budget. 2466. Oh, we did it, baby. There you go. All right. 2466 with all of this goodness. There you go. You want an NZXT? I'll do NZXT. Now let's see if I can save this build for you. Save. Nope, that's not how I want to do that. Share. There we go. I see the thing about, like, 4080 is pretty underrated in my opinion. I mean, it's overpriced. Drop the price by $300-400. Yeah. There you go. It was a horrible move for them to do that. I mean, dude, $699 to $1,200 from one generation to the next for the 80 series card, for the for the 80 class card, I should say. From the 3080 to 4080, it was horrible. They nearly doubled the MSRP. So that can change. Value is subjective, and that can change that really quickly. So the 4080 Super taking $200 off that price makes it a bit more palatable for sure. Jason Stroud, I still don't have enough. I don't know what you're going to use your PC for. I also don't recommend buying a whole PC off of Newegg. I just don't. So I don't think it was a good choice. And you already knew I was going to say that. Don't know what you expected. You already knew how I felt about it. Like, and you got to remember, most people will fill out the form and give me all this information here, so I know what the use case is, what their budget is, all this stuff, and a lot of different little minutia right there. And that's when I would be able to tell you whether it was good for you or not. But I'm not gonna like it because I just don't recommend getting a PC off of Newegg. I don't. They got better after Gamers Nexus forced them to, and as soon as that attention is gone, they're gonna be right back to their old behavior. No, I don't recommend it. I don't like it. They used to be great. They used to be the GOATs. They were really good. And then they got bought out. Funny how that works, right? The 2080 Ti was $1,200. This was not a 4080 Ti. There never will be a 4080 Ti. This was the 4080, and it was a clear message to consumers and the industry at large. It was like, no, this is what we're actually worth. Because during the shortages, we were able to sell these things for so much more money that we expect people to continue paying that, even though the crypto crash happened and the shortages are not even a thing anymore. Yeah, you know what? Screw NVIDIA, man. That shit sucked. Excuse me, I never cuss on this channel, but that's how much I never curse here. That's how strongly I feel about that, okay? No, you're not gonna convince me that the 4080 was a good price. And not that you were or chaos. I haven't even read through the rest of that. But then the 3070 next gen was $500 for the same power. Yes, there you go. However, most people didn't want to buy the 2080 Ti either. 20 series was previous overpriced series. 40 series was compared to as well. Yeah, I mean, it's too many games. They're just messing with us, and I get sick of that. I mean, you heard me actually cuss on this on live on stream. I never do that. Even then, even if I do, I'll be like, right? I'll do something like that, but I didn't do that. It just slipped out. But then again, you weren't like, I just need to keep reading sometimes. But yeah, I don't agree that the 4080 is overrated. No. Does it perform well? Yeah. But there's no value there. And of course it's going to like throw money at a problem. Sure. If things get a certain amount faster and it goes up that exact same like equivalent amount of money, that's not advancement. That's not a deal. It's not a value. It should advance in performance and or efficiency at around the same price. Look at the 4090. $100 more on MSRP, and it just destroyed the 3090. Like decimated it. That's progress. $4080 Super can be cheaper now, so that's better, but it's basically the same GPU, just cheaper. Yep. In fact, it's lost in some benchmarks to the 4080 non-super, which is crazy, but that's just run-to-run variance, right? That's how little the difference is. All they did was cut the price on the 4080, but they had to make it this big deal where they changed the name and they do this because they can never admit that they overpriced something. NVIDIA would never. Still costs more than 7900 XTX. In general, yeah, usually does. And iKenny's saying it's just overpriced. Well, yeah, it's just overpriced, but that's kind of a big deal to most people. Anyway, I'm starting to get a migraine. Should stop being so passionate. I think that's one of the reasons you guys like watching me, waiting for me to blah on something. But yeah, we'll see if I do anything with all that stuff I talked about Apex. It's too much, man. I don't like being negative. I genuinely don't like being negative in my videos. I'll be negative all day on stream, whatever, it's fun. Like if we're being funny about it, but I don't like negative content because there's already way too much negativity around pre-builts and I'm not trying to add to that. And you go look in the comments on that video and it's exactly what I talked about in the video where I was like, I don't want this, I don't like making negative content. I don't want anyone saying that's all pre-builts are bad because of this one company. But companies like that, that negativity is deserved. It's justified. But people take that out of context and they say, well, that's why everyone should build their own PCs. Did you know it's cheaper if you build it yourself? Yes. So is food if you cook it yourself. So is your oil change if you do it yourself. Do you do all of that? No. We're a consuming society, a society that consumes. And we can't just make everything ourselves. Some people do that with PCs. Nobody has to. says drink water. I'm okay. I'm fine. Underrated, not overrated. Yeah, I said underrated, and it's not underrated. I don't think the 4080 is underrated at all. That's what I was saying. It is not underrated. Like, is it because it's overpriced? Like, the 4080 Super is just the 4080. All right, it's the 4080. Just change little numbers, whatever. The actual performance is what matters. It's a 4080. They just couldn't admit that they should have priced it, you know, $300 cheaper or $400 cheaper. They just dropped the price by $200 and said, look, it's new. Don't test it. Don't test it on anything. It's new. So I'm glad that it's about the same and it's cheaper. Good. But the 4070 Super is the real advancement from this launch. And the 4070 Ti Super is another situation where it's nearly the same, but a little bump in performance for about the same price. It's like an 8% bump in performance at the same price as a 4070 Ti. They just had to have something to make it like a GPU launch, like a multi-GPU launch. But really, they're just cutting the price on the 4080 and launching a 4070 Super. That's it. That's what happened. That's what actually happened. And the VRAM or Chaos, you're right. Thank you for reminding me of that. 16 gigs VRAM is a big deal. It is. Some games at 1440p, especially at 4K, you do need the VRAM. Bray Rant needs to exist. I do not know how to rebuild my own engine. Some people do. Exactly. They know they have the best product, and they know that data centers will buy everything they can make, so they get silly with the pricing gun. Here's the thing, Philinux. They won't have the best product forever. Not if they keep focusing too much on the AI thing. They're not focusing enough on advancing the hardware. If you look at anything but the 4090, everything other than the 4090, look at the mid-range. The hardware is like barely better than 30 series. Mid-range and budget, well, it's like as if there's any budget 40 series GPUs, but mid-range and budget, they're not very far ahead from the previous generation. Their 3060 Ti beats the 4060 Ti in some benchmarks. All right. Nice generational uplift in performance, guys. So the thing is, most people are not out there buying 70, 80, and 90 class GPUs. Most people buy 60 class GPUs, statistically. And Intel is going to overtake them there. AMD already has. So the majority of the market is slipping through their fingers. And unless they do something for the freaking people, NVIDIA, they're going to lose that market. They're going to get a reputation for just... What do they want to be, Koenigsegg? Koenigsegg doesn't have a huge customer base, but the stuff they make is amazing and sells to a very particular clientele. I'd love a Koenigsegg. I will never own one. If that's what they want to be, or they want to just be enterprise GPUs, they can. They'll never shut down. People are eating that up. Enterprise stuff, the server room stuff, AI, all that. It is like they made a bet, they doubled down, and it paid off. But you still, in the mid-range and budget side, still have to have good hardware. Majority is in 60, 70 SKUs. The majority is really in 60 SKUs. And you look at Steam hardware surveys, it's still 1060s, right? 3060s, 2060s. The 60 SKU is it's supposed to be the people's champion. You know, it's supposed to be the GPU of the people that everyone can afford. Ekpato says hello, hello. You said hello 3 times. Hi. If you see me ranting, don't expect me to be super responsive. I'm in the zone here. Consumer hardware needs U2 drives. Gen 5 is meh. Do you really think that? For consumer hardware? Most people will never touch the speeds of higher end. They'll never really utilize the speeds of higher end Gen 4 drives, dude. Come on. network chaos. Come on. I mean, it's not. They're not running data servers here. They're not. Most people are not doing content creation or just moving around huge files for funsies. Most people need a decent Gen 4 drive and they're fine. We don't build our own cars. Some people do, and good for them. But yeah, very true. I just have you don't have to apologize for having an opinion, Crash. That's my return opinion. I think it's not underrated, and I think it was overpriced. If you're of the opinion that it's underrated and you love your GPU, awesome, good. I mean, I have helped people with getting 4080 systems. If that's what they wanted, you know. There's certain use cases where it has to be NVIDIA. They have cornered the market in certain things. And yeah, their AI stuff is better than everybody else's. Their DLSS is better. But AMD's catching up alarmingly fast. And Intel is not messing around. You can just tell by the fact that they focused on nothing more than like $350 when they launched their... Intel can afford to make a flagship GPU that could rival maybe like a 7900 XT. They could afford that. They didn't. Because they know where most people are at when they're buying a GPU. Dude, Battle Mage, I have very high hopes. But I've just spent too much time rambling here. I'm starting to get a migraine here because I'm like stressing myself out. Oh boy, that is a lot of use cases, Kenny. So I'm looking at, there was also someone else who was here earlier. Who was it? Where you at? Holy Shepherd. Let me see where you're at on the list. Yeah, you're right here. Okay. 2000. It's a Micro Center pre-built. Guys, remember, if I don't get to you in this stream, I'm not a machine. I'm sorry. Like, I got to talk to you guys. I like to go through my thoughts and I like to share my opinions on things and all of that. But if I don't get to you in this stream, I will get to you into the next one. And also, remember, you always have access to this entire list here of all of the people that I've helped out previously, all their budgets, their use case and everything. If one of these matches up with your use case and your budget, the link to what I recommended is right there. There you go. Except if it was a SkyTech thing, because you can see that was a problem before. So, and that is also linked in the YouTube description if you want to go check that out. I know most gamers don't even need Gen 4. Direct storage didn't take off. It still could. I think there's still some interest in it, but yeah, I'd rather see YouTube take off than Gen 5 drives, as Gen 5 is mostly pointless. I don't know. I mean, PCIe generations are going to continue. So the storage, M.2 storage, I think is a nice form factor. Honestly, I've never worked with a U.2 drive personally. I totally should. I'd love to. I can't afford it. Server stuff is expensive. 10 gigabit networking and more affordable GPUs is what we need. Again, like enthusiasts like to say that everyone needs the things that we want. Most people do not need 10 gigabit Ethernet, 10 gigabit networking. Most people don't need that. Like the average end user would never leverage that kind of bandwidth. But I want it. I think that motherboard should all come with 5 gig Ethernet ports. Yeah. But most people don't need that. It's not about whether it's available or affordable. It's what people need, right? I think seeing something like the fact that my Z790 Hero Maximus motherboard, the fact that it has a 2.5 gig Ethernet port is a joke to me. Like, come on. Dual Thunderbolt 4 and 2.5 gig Ethernet. Really, Asus? Really? I have 5 gigabit internet. Download and upload. 5 gigabit fiber. And this PC cannot utilize that without me putting in an add-in card. It's a joke. But for most people, it's not even a point of conversation. Like, why? This thing stop moving stuff around. Okay, anyways, I was talking. I'm sorry. I got into another rant. This is what I do. But okay, you want stints built? Do stints built. I haven't been able to look at a stints built thing for... I love stints built. Stints is awesome. Yes, let's do that. $2,000. Gaming, streaming, content creation / video editing. All right. Let me ask you this. Holy Shepherd, if you're still here. Yes, you are. Good. Okay. $2,000. The budget is in $500 increments. Is it any higher than $2,000, or is $2,000 the absolute? Yeah, that's it. I mean, here's the thing. You said stints built, but you're also by Cambridge, Massachusetts Micro Center. So let me know which you prefer, Micro Center or stints built. I'm doing one more tonight. I'm doing one more. And I need to get to it and do it because I'm hungry and I'm tired and I'm getting a migraine. Which is not y'all's fault or anything. That's my fault, but still. Stintsy Stints, where you at, buddy? Okay. I know he was changing things up on here with some of his systems, so let's see what we got. Cherokee Vapors, this is interesting. Since the stream started, I have made, 1,128,000 feet of 14 gauge copper wire here at work. That's so sick. Okay, cool. So that's good to know. That is really sick. Okay. Can you get me some of that with like a purple jacket? Silicone purple jacket. I actually used to be really into doing electronic stuff. Once I got essential tremors, like shaky hands, I can't really do much soldering anymore, unfortunately. Okay. Let's see. So there's a full system builder, or we can do the quick ship PCs with their signature systems. I want to take a quick look at these. Let's see. Core Elite. I was way too zoomed in. 14600K, DDR5 6400, 1 terabyte. It's under 2,000. It's at $1,899, so it does bypass that rule of $2,000 or more, 2 terabytes of storage. 4070 Super for $1,899. Okay, question for you, Holy Shepherd. Is upgrading your CPU in the next few years something that you could see yourself doing? Because if so, I would recommend a Ryzen system rather than an Intel system. Have some water, Bray. It's good for the soul. Sure. Folks focus on benchmarks. Which folks, though? And what internet people say too much. In real use case, folks cannot tell the difference. For many of these things, they go crazy over. You know what I had to learn, Philinux? And I'm glad you like what I do. Thank you. What I had to learn was that though I am the demographic for watching Gamers Nexus, most of my audience is not. Because most of you guys are new to PCs. A lot of you guys are new to PCs that come in. Of course you are. You're looking for help finding a pre-build. That makes sense. And welcome. Welcome to PC Gaming. It's awesome here. I love it. But I had to learn, because if you watch my early reviews, I would have a good number of charts in there and graphs and things like that. But that's not really that important to the average pre-built buyer. It's like, what's the company like? Is it a good company? Is this a good value? Is this right for what I'm going to use it for? What's the packing like? Is it packed well? Is it going to be broken when it arrives? What's the support like? Those are the things that are important. The main thing I look at when I test things during streams is it going to throttle? Thermal throttle. Is this thing built to handle the thermals of the parts that are in it? Cool. Let's run a couple games. Looks like it's running well. They did a good job. But other than that, I look at the build quality, cable management, all that kind of stuff, and just the kind of things that, you actually really need to pay attention to with a system integrator. Probably not planning an upgrade. Okay, so let's take a look at the signature system. I want to see if there's what you might be able to do and what I would probably recommend. Let's take a look at the motherboard here first. Oh, actually, MSI is really good about pictures. Thank you, MSI, for usually having really good pictures of your motherboard. For some reason, Asus will just not do this. They won't just show you this. You have to dig for it. Well, there's dual Ethernet on this for some reason. That's very interesting. I wonder why. But 7 USB Type A ports, all of them fast, none of them 2.0, okay? There's a single Type C, but it is 20 gig. Wi-Fi 6E, I'll take that. Stints knows how to pick a motherboard. But yeah, the dual Ethernet is interesting. So you maybe have a separate LAN. I mean, they're not matching. I would prefer, like, if I was doing aggregate, I would have matching Ethernet ports. But like, most people are never going to do that. But you could have a separate LAN for local storage, and then your connection to the internet, right? So yeah. Interesting. Let's look at the rest of the board. Well, it's definitely a built-out motherboard. Like, this is not lacking in any way, shape, or form here. This has all the stuff. Okay, lots of cooling stuff. M.2 looks like at least 3 M.2, but it could be 4. Let's actually look at the spec sheet for that. Specifications. How many storage, please? 3 M.2. Okay, yeah. And none of them are Gen 5, which is great, because with Intel, you only have 16 lanes for that, and then you have possible bifurcation if you put a Gen 5 storage M.2 drive in there. Yeah, whatever. Some motherboards will allow you to say, hey, run it at Gen 4, and then you don't get bifurcation. Sure, not all of them do that, I can tell you from experience, unless there's a BIOS update that I don't know about for that particular motherboard, but whatever. Good motherboard. Decent for content creation, all that stuff. You have a lot of expansion slots here. So if your GPU is not massive, then you're looking at being able to do something like a PCIe USB expansion card, so you get more USB ports if you get a ton of streaming devices, things like that. And of course, capture card there as well. Looking at those PCIe slots, you have the X16 for the GPU. Then you have a Gen 3 X1, Gen 4 X4, Gen 3 X1, Gen 4 X4, and that's the order that it goes in. 3.1, 4.4, 3.1, 4.4. Okay, so lots of expansion stuff here, and PCIe cards. I'm talking about, like, you know, an internal capture card, something like I have one around here somewhere here. This is in its low profile form here, but like that is, let's go out to the big camera. Like, this is a low profile PCIe USB expansion card. This goes into that slot right there. It doesn't even need external power, which is the best. You don't want to have external power because it's usually like some dumb Molex or something like that. And I don't like that. But anyways, that's a low profile one. It would have just a longer, they're usually wider if you're going to have the full size one. It has more USB ports to add in, all that. Anyways, good motherboard. Okay. By the way, Stints, totally part of Operation Code Braithorn, so there is a discount code. Great memory here, 32 gigs, DDR5 6400. Now, let's talk about that, because looking at this, you're talking about content creation, video editing, right? So with that, it depends on how complex you're talking about for the video editing. If you're just talking about like making short form content for TikTok or YouTube Shorts or whatever, it's, you might have a lot of effects in there, things like that, but you generally can get away with 32 gigs, learn how to, use proxies, and you're good. If you're talking about like trying to run 6K or 8K footage in your timeline and scrub it in full resolution, do stuff like that, get more RAM. You need 64 gigs at least for that. But yeah, no, for 1440p, this is going to do everything you need. And with the 4070 Super, that's probably one of the best, like it's the best GPU that they launched with the new NVIDIA GPUs in terms of how much of an upgrade it is over the previous card. 1440p, no problem. Now, also, it's an updated case. It's now the Deepcool CH560. That is the new case, but they're going to have a build picture soon, and I think it's pretty sick. Unless this is this, no, that's not it. Okay, they have updated to a newer case from Deepcool, and the only thing I would say is ask Stints. Like, you can choose this one, or we can do a custom one. I need to look at chat. I realize you might have said some stuff. Yes, Alexander PCs is always a good choice. Absolutely. Okay. All right, Holy Shepherd. If you put it in there, I'm going to take it as seriously as everything else. There's not really a way to like, there's no real like gradients to that, you know? But yeah, what you can do is you can actually, I believe there's a place to put notes when, let's actually see. I want to see the process here if we do add to cart. Okay, because this is well under budget, right? So we go there, we go to the cart. There should be a place to put notes, and you can say, I would like to, or maybe you can just email them. Hey, could I get a 2 terabyte drive in there instead of a 1 terabyte? And it won't be a big deal. Yeah, you have to probably proceed to checkout, do all that stuff. Coupon code is Braythorn. And let's see how much that takes off there. Should be about 50 bucks, 47.50. Yeah, 47.50. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Which also, that happens to be the amount for your shipping protection. So, hey, I'm protecting your PC for you. There you go. But now if we go to System Builder, we can change it up. And you can choose between AMD or Intel. But if you say that you're not going to really upgrade, it doesn't matter which you choose. You could probably get a bit more bang for your buck from Intel here. And that's the route I would probably go. This might take a while. I haven't really used this configurator for a while, but let's see. Deep Cool LS. What did you say on the system? You wanted it to be black. Cool. Even it's easy. I can take care of that. Select options, and the options are 360 and in black. Cool. Nice. And then, oh, I can just go this way. Okay. RAM, you can go with this. Oh, DDR5 6400, 6400, 6800. They only have fast memory here. I do like the Kingston Fury, but if you don't care about RGB, you can go with the G-Skill. Ray got discount and the fax. He does. Oh yeah, that's me. Looks like a nice build. Any specific reason not to go with a 7800X3D? Yes, because I know something about the person that it's for. The 7800X3D is probably the best gaming CPU on the market. It sucks at everything else. So, looking at that, I asked in my form that you need to fill out if you want help, what are you going to use it for? Well, gaming, so we're good there. Streaming, oh. Content creation, video editing, ooh. It sucks at those things, like a lot. So, that's why. I'm glad you asked. It's a good question. But that's why whenever you ask for a suggestion, you should start off by offering information first. Here's my budget. Here's what I'm going to use it for. All of those things. And then you could actually get a good recommendation that's not going to leave you frustrated. Like, why does Adobe Premiere Pro suck to run on my PC, but games run really well? Well, it's because you picked the wrong CPU. All right, I'm just going to go with this one. Gaming only? Well, oh yeah, Dylan is just saying, as a response to Discarded, gaming only, that's what that's for. And remember this, Holy Shepherd. You might say light streaming right now. You might really get into it down the line. The gaming performance is going to be really good already. Yeah, you'll have a bit fewer frames per second than if you go with a 7800X3D, but that closes off. It's just not as good as at those other use cases. It falls behind pretty severely. It was the same situation with the 5800X3D. It was the same thing. Motherboard. We have a lot of options here. Okay. I got the ProArt. That is a sick motherboard. I've still never gotten a ProArt motherboard. Nope, nobody wants to send that to little me. I really want one though. I like the aesthetic and I like the choices that they make on it. Indifferent to RGB. Well, since right now you're talking about light streaming, I guess I won't go for like a really super crazy motherboard. But you know, wait, selection is a B760 Tomahawk Wi-Fi DDR4. That's a really good price on that. And the Tomahawk the MAG Tomahawk is usually really well placed, but I wouldn't do that because we're going to go with a KSU processor. So we'll go with a Z790 Tomahawk Wi-Fi ATX. Good motherboard. Very good. Okay, boot drive. 2 terabytes. KC3000 or SN KC3000. Easy. And the capacity's down here, and we go with 2 terabytes. There we go. Love the KC3000. Very, very solid drive. None selected for secondary. No mass storage needed. No mass storage needed unless you do. And let's go. Let's see what we can do here, because you said that the maximum is 2,500 max is fine if we go over 2,000. Okay. Oh, they might not have updated this. Now, stints. No, dude. Okay. So what you do, because it's about the same price, choose a 4070 Ti. Just don't purchase this. I'm going to give you the specs for everything. Just say you want the 4070 Ti Super. It should be around the same price. That's the whole point of the 4070 Ti Super. It is not that different than the 4070 Ti. But like, you don't want the, you know, it's whatever. You can choose whichever one you want. I would just suggest sending in a request saying, hey, it's not in the configurator, but can I get it with that? Stints will work with you on anything. Like, you don't have to worry about that at all. Okay? Not at all. I don't even know what price we're at so far. Where is that all? Yeah, 13600K is probably fine for what you're doing. Gaming, live streaming. Yeah, I would say so. Lots of case choices. That's going to be fun. Let's say, now you might not ever upgrade your CPU, but maybe the GPU like years down the line. I don't know what NVIDIA is going to do with their power requirements. They could go crazy with those. So for an additional $40 or so, I'm going to go ahead and say 1,000 watt. It has a PCIe Gen 5. All of them do. So you have the 12V HPWR connector integral into the power split. It's whatever. Baked right into the crust. However you want to say that. Lots of case choices. 4000D, 4000X, TD500, H7 Flow, Metallic Gear Neo Cube, O11 Dynamic Evo. Any preference on case? You didn't care about RGB, so this is something with high airflow. G360A is an excellent case. The DF700 Flux, I think, looks really good. Pure Base 500DX is really nice. Just a lot of good options here. What's wrong with NZXT? I sense a negative connotation towards it, says Evan Arthur. Not really. No, there's some decisions they make that I don't like on their pre-configured systems. That's all. That's it. And there was a situation where they sent me a review unit and it had loose screws in there, but they've committed to fixing that problem. I mean, the same thing happened to like Starforge systems. It just happens in shipping sometimes. But they committed to renovating their QC to make sure and focus on not having loose screws inside the case, because that can short out some, you know, on the motherboard. It can short out, get caught behind the motherboard between two solder leads there and just short it out. Just get airflow. My current pre-build starter PC has terrible airflow. Okay. Let's go with the G360A. Sure. It's not huge. It doesn't have a ton of space inside, but it is spacious enough. It's a sort of on the smaller side of mid-tower. Tons of airflow. Excellent case. You want it in black. Neat. Good to go. Extra case fans are not needed. It comes with 3 fans in the front, and you're getting 3 fans on the AIO. Unless you want one more case fan on the rear, which we can do that, and it's $10. It shouldn't be necessary, though, for a 13600K and a 4070 Ti Super. In fact, man, that 1,000 watt is probably a little bit too much overkill. But let's see what this all comes out to. Where's our total? 2509 before discount. Yo, look at that. I wasn't even looking. I wasn't even looking at it. I didn't even know. So yeah, if you go with the 850 watt, it's going to be under that 2500. Yes, we were $9 over. I'm sorry. 2469. Nice. Here's your total. You want to push it up to the 1,000 watt for a future GPU upgrade? You can do that, but 850 watts is usually going to cover you. Man. No going with Windows 11 non-activated, unfortunately. Yeah. So, how do I share this to you? Well, geez, I don't know. But the main thing is, you're not going to go in and purchase it anyway. You're going to basically... Oh, I need to go clear out the other thing from my... Oh, yeah, because I had 2 systems in my cart. Man, I don't know. Yeah, signature series. Let's remove this. There we go. Yeah, Fantex is excellent. I don't know why they don't carry them at Micro Center. $61 off. There you go. With code Braythorn. There's a system. Let's see if this works. Let's do this, and I will do that. Bam. Let's see if that works. It might not. You might need to just follow along, basically. But that's the link to like edit the build. 13600K. Deep Cool 360. All right, neat. The right memory. Okay. 32 gigs, 6400. It looks like it kept everything. Sick. All right, 2 terabyte drive. Yep. Okay. All right, there you go. There's your build. Don't forget to put in code Braythorn. Basically, it cancels out the fee for protection on the shipping. But hey, $67 or whatever is a discount is a solid discount. I would not scoff at that. What do you think is a here we go. What do you think is a good upgrade from i7 7700K? I'm looking at either 14700K or R9 7900X. Ricardo, I don't know enough about you to say which one's better for you. A 14700K will probably outperform the 7900X in most things. So I guess that. But also, you'll never be able to upgrade that CPU without getting another motherboard, because that's after this next generation of CPUs. It's a dead platform. Just read the description of the chat of the stream and fill out that form if you're looking for help with an upgrade. That's what that's for. Without knowing enough about you, I can't really give you good advice. I mean, I could try, but I will probably fail. So what you want to do is hold on to this build as all the specs are there. Email Stints Built. You can email them this link. Say, I want this. Braythorn, he spec this all out for me, but I want a 4070 Ti Super. Because it's supposed to be the same price as a 4070 Ti. But I don't know how suppliers are handling that. So we gave it about $50 leeway. It should be around the same. And then mention code Braythorn, and then there you go. And you're good. I need to do this differently later on. Okay, whatever. We'll worry about that later. All right, guys. I'm starving. I'm hungry. I need to go eat some food. I need to rest. I'm tired. I'm out here ranting about SIs, well, one in particular, and designing merch and editing stuff and making plans upon plans. I'm tired. Battle Rat, I hope you have a good night. I hope all of y'all have a good night. Am I drunk or is this camera out of focus? Probably the mist filter. I use a mist filter. Ace Tone, thank you. I've never been called Thorny before. All right, everybody. In YouTube chat land and in Twitch chat land, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Keep an eye out on Monday. Big announcement coming out. Also a launch of the new merch store, hopefully, if I can get all that done. But big announcement, big announcement coming out on Monday of a limited run of something. Okay? and they are limited. So when that video drops, make sure you have the little bell rung there. There's only going to be a certain number of these things available. Okay. Yes, that's all I can say. I'm sorry. Until we finalize some stuff. Okay. We're just about there. But that's going to do it for this stream. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. I hope you've learned some stuff. I hope that I wasn't... I hope you still like me. But until the next one, take care.
Let's go, nerds!